How much time has it passed? Without even realizing that my throat was screaming, suddenly I woke up and saw everyone gathered in the power room. Ah! Tomoe! My god! Tomoe really died! This is a dream! This is a dream! This isn't a dream. It's reality. One of us killed Tomoe Kizuna. Wait a minute, someone killed? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You already know what you've been through. When Maki Kyoka died. Someone here killed in order to escape from here. It can't be. I'm sorry everyone. I promise not to have any more victims. I couldn't protect them. That's right, Kindlo-kun. You said you would protect everyone if we obey your orders, right? Why did this happen? I'm sorry. You're sorry, that's all? Kizuna-chan is really dead. He won't come back anymore. Calm down. It's not the time for us to fight each other. Wait, if Tomoe really was killed, then it started? What's it? The class trial, she means. Isn't that right, Monokuma? Yes! Since Mr. Tomoe was murdered, as I said in the announcement earlier, we will hold a class trial after a certain amount of time. Monokuma, you bastard! Well, I know, I left the murder to personal freedom, but would you like to refrain from killing at night like this? It's not very fun. Shut up! There can be no killer among us! No, there is a culprit in our group. Mr. Uehara? Don't run away from reality. We must do this. Haven't we experienced it once? We will all die if we don't find the culprit. Yeah, that's right. It's shocking. It's so shocking that I don't even have the strength to stand. If we don't find them, we die. Uehara-kun has neatly organized what I wanted to say. So, you showed up. You're gonna give it to us, right? That's right, the Monokuma file 2! I came to deliver it out! 2? It's 2 because it's the second time! I put it next to Tomoe's body. Now then, the night is pretty late, so let's finish it quick! I'll see you later, everybody! This Monokuma thing! Treating people as fools! Everyone, I know you're confused and sad in many ways right now. But we should do some investigation for now. Do you want to investigate in this situation? I want to say I don't want to, but we have no choice, do we? I don't want to die yet. If you want to live, all we can do is investigate. Yeah, let's put each other's thoughts aside until we figure out the culprit. Solving this case is the first thing to do right now. I feel so bad for Tomoe. She just opened her heart to us and she wanted to become friends. Boah, ich muss mal ganz kurz was trinken holen. I feel bad for Tomoe. She just opened her heart to us and wanted to become friends. What? That woman opened her heart to you people? Mikao wasn't with us, so you didn't know. Kizuna-chan, she was feeling lonely inside. She was being stubborn. After we persuaded her to notice that, we tried to open our hearts and become friends. How can it be like this? I don't know why. Tomoe Kizuna opened up to you guys. Mikao, if you're feeling lonely, you can join us as much as you want. Well, not right now though. You better wake up. The day I hang out with you won't come ever. Even if the universe is destroyed. It's a waste of time. Let's just start investigating. It's not the destruction of the Earth, but the destruction of the universe. We don't have time for this. Let's start investigating quickly. I will apologize for not protecting Tomoe as many times as I can after the class trial is over. Kindlo, a minute, please. What? Me and Mikao decided not to cooperate with you. However, can I accompany you during the investigation for the class trial? Sorry. I was going to ask for it. Since there has been a murder, it will be easier to find out the truth of the case even if a small number of people cooperate to investigate it. Hey, shouldn't we begin already? Too much time has already passed. We have no choice but to do it. Yeah, we have to do it. Yeah, it's painful, but it's all the same. The reality that has already happened doesn't change. And if we don't do anything for this, we will all follow Tomoi's fate. Even a little. We have to get to the truth. I have to. I have to do it. The culprit who murdered Tomoi, who barely opened up to us. The culprit. We need to find them. Ja, Freunde, und damit heißt es Buenos, días, meine lieben Freunde, und willkommen zurück zu Let's Play Danganronpa oder The Spare Academy. Die Leiche sieht ja richtig schlimm aus. Kokeki, du hast den ganzen Dialog doch schon im letzten Part gelesen. Du bist jetzt 5 Minuten in der Aufnahme, die hättest du dir sparen können. Hätte ich? Hab ich aber keinen Bock drauf, weil das alles nicht den letzten Part gehört hat. Es hat in diesen Part hier gehört, aber es gab keinen Einspieler von wegen Deadly Life. Ich bin gespannt, ob es bei den anderen Chapters auch so sein wird, weil das würde mich extrem nerven, um ehrlich zu sein. Aber egal, das Investigation-Theme finde ich übrigens richtig geil. Dazu werde ich gleich auch noch mal was sagen. Once the others brought a lamp, I started to see a little more in the room. But what in the world happened here? Are these signs of a fire? Stimmt, Alter, hier sieht's ja richtig heftig aus, mal abgesehen von der Leiche hier. Was there a fire here? I don't really know myself. I have to get information about it while talking to the others. Let's start with what I can do. Like last time, we should collect the Monokuma file first, right? The victim is Tomoe Kizuna. Wisst ihr, was ich richtig hasse? Weil, wenn das Spiel das tut? Wenn das Spiel die Vor- und die Nachnamen vertauscht. Weil ich hab gerade keine Ahnung, was ihr Vor- und was ihr Nach... Guck mal, da steht sogar im Monokuma-File. Unter Victim. Da oben in der Mitte. Victim, Kizuna Tomoe. Kizuna ist der Vorname. Und Mekao hat's auch die ganze Zeit falsch rum gesagt. Ich verstehe nicht, warum. Okay, gut, wird heute noch öfter vorkommen. Ich weiß auch, dass es im Class Trial oft vorkommen wird und es wird mich so nerven, Alter. The estimated time of death is about 9:30 p.m. Found in the switchroom located in the power room. On the second floor of the school. There's a long torn wound on her stomach and massive bleeding. The cause of death is a cut throat through the Junge, warum sind da immer irgendwelche Wörter, die ich nicht aussprechen kann? Through the esophagus caused by a knife. Is that it? This is too little information. However, at 9:30, it was just 30 minutes away before the nighttime announcement. Was für eine Nighttime Announcement, Alter? Das war die Body Discovery Announcement, Bruder. At that time, it's impossible to go back to the private room and enter after killing and cleaning up. And the people who were in the dormitory during the BDA, including me, that have an alibi. But if we think about it, something is weird. Mekao and Yuehawa are fine, but why weren't the others in the dorms at that time? We decided to not leave our rooms at night, so we stayed near the dorms even after 9 p.m. in the last few days. And the place where Tomoe died is the school area, which is also deep within the switchroom on the second floor's power room. I have to talk to the others who weren't in the dorms during the BDA. So, ganz kurz. Eigentlich würde jetzt unser gutes altes Investigation-Theme aus Trigger Happy Haver kommen. Und ich muss sagen, ich liebe dieses Theme. Aber ich glaube, das war keine Absicht von dem Macher des Spiels. Deswegen habe ich die Sounddatei einfach ersetzt und einfach nach... Ich muss es anders sagen. Das Theme, was ihr jetzt gerade hört, habe ich kopiert. Und Box 8 oder Box 8 heißt das Theme, glaube ich. Das ist originale Investigation-Theme. Und ich habe die Datei einfach genauso benannt. Und deshalb spielt jetzt dieses Theme hier, obwohl es eigentlich nicht mehr spielen soll. Beziehungsweise es war, glaube ich, so geplant, dass es spielen soll, weil es macht keinen Sinn, 2 verschiedene Investigation-Themes zu haben. Aber ich habe eingerichtet, dass es halt anders ist. Weil wenn ihr das Spiel spielt und plötzlich ist bei euch ein anderes Theme, werdet ihr ziemlich verwirrt, deswegen musste ich euch darüber aufklären. This is what stands out the most at the scene of the incident. Nicht irgendwie die Leiche, die ein Messer in ihrem Hals stecken hat. Okay. The glass window is broken. I didn't know because it was dark, but through the window you can see the power room. The glass window on the power room was this one then? The window for the control room. But this window was broken for some reason. Did the culprit kill Tomoe and break out through the window? There's a possibility. Break this window and come out from the side where the equipment is. Then go straight through the door where it leads to the exit. Door of the second floor corridor. But I don't know if I were to go straight. Junge, wieso kann ich aktuell nicht lesen? Ich muss aber auch tatsächlich sagen, ich habe gerade gepennt, ich bin gerade jetzt aufgewacht, es ist gerade 20:20 Uhr. Ich bin so vor einer halben Stunde aufgewacht und ich bin scheiße müde, Alter. Wirklich, ich konnte nicht mal richtig sehen, als ich gestartet habe mit der Aufnahme. I don't know if I were to go straight out the hallway. Anyways, I were going to leave the power room through the entrances of the control room. What's the reason for breaking the glass if not for being used as an escape? If you think about it, it's not possible. Going to the control room to the entrance using the window as an escape route because if someone heard the noise from the power room would have been a matter of time being discovered. Besides, breaking the window must have made extra noise. I wouldn't have broken glass for no reason. For now, let's see if there's a reference for later. Der Killer wird wohl seinen Grund gehabt haben, ist das? Hä? What's this? At first, I thought it was last blood. The blood appears to indicate the handwriting of something on the floor. X4? No, it's written 3x and a bigger X mark. Maeda, is that a dying message? Dying message? Is that something that comes out of a mystery story? Well, it's not necessarily only in fiction. It's entirely possible for victims to leave a clue of their killer. Then, this clue was left by Tomori when she died. Does this clue mean anything though? Well, I can't confirm since I'm not a detective. It's possible the blood sprayed in that manner by accident. However, due to the circumstance, it is more likely to be a message. We have to decipher it. Yeah, wish I could know what it means. The last message Tomori left to us. XXXX. What does this mean? Dying message. Okay. Ja, wir haben noch die Leiche herself. Wir haben aber hier auch noch ein Glas. Im Glas. The window is broken. Enough for one person to pass through. It's a big crack. If you go through this way, you can go to the power room. Without using the entrance of the switch room. Okay. Wie jetzt was? Right, this is what I've been concerned about from before. There was a long line of something running along the wall of the control room. Oh, it's a fuse, right? It's actually broken in the middle, cut with a knife. No, whether it's a burnt mark. The fire in the control room and this fuse. It could be a relation, right? And someone triggered the fire inside the switch room through the fuse. Is this the cause? Who? For what reason? Perhaps the killer did it, but I got no idea why. Yeah. Huh? This is a piece of cloth I see for the first time. That's not the important issue. It's bloody. I don't know where this came from, but it's bloody, so it must be related to the crime, right? It's a little burnt, but it's enough to cover a human body. Yeah, maybe the killer stabbed Tomori and she was bleeding, so they used the cloth to prevent it. Bisschen schief gelaufen, finde ich. Tomori suffered a lot of blood loss, so they had to contain it at the time of the murder. Of course, the cause of that was the neck wound, with a throat cut. He had to act fast as it would drip on the floor with every second. Preventing the blood from splashing. It's quite premeditated from the killer. Suddenly, when I turned over the piece of cloth, I was able to discover a few things under it. Das ist leider right. Oh mein Gott, und wie schlecht ist das denn bitte zensiert, von welcher Marke das ist? Ich habe keine Ahnung, von welcher Marke das ist, Alter. A cheap compact lighter that is used to lit a small fire. It doesn't necessarily have the firepower to create a huge one. However, the fact that this lighter was here means this must have caused the beginning of it, so it's natural to say that there should be some traces of being used in the room. Besides, it's not just that. The lighter was covered under the cloth together with another object. There's a crumpled paper here. Let's see. Is this thing again? I couldn't read the contents properly because it was almost burnt out. It's difficult to recognize any words at all, but I knew where this paper came from. A secret note. Monokuma told us about this motive and shared it to everyone. There's also... What is this? Yuki Maeda? Might be. It's my secret note, huh? Jetzt bin ich ein bisschen verwirrt. Jetzt bin ich tatsächlich ein bisschen verwirrt. Ich muss mir das mal ganz kurz merken. Ich muss mir das merken. Okay, ich hab's mir gemerkt. Why is this at the scene of the crime? The contents are almost burned out, so I don't know what my secret written here is. Fine, but if it's a shameful secret to me, then there's so many things. No way again this would have caused another murder. Let's think about this for a moment. Did Tomoe pick up my note? No, wait. Stimmt, kann ja gar nicht sein. Sie hat ja das von Teruya. What? What rights do you even base on? Hey, look anyways. What? This is really useless information. Who would want to know this? Haha, it is a cloak after all. What a motive for sure. Shut up! If you're old enough, you shouldn't be sleeping with your dad. You're a mess. Okay, but some places did they find out? Ich glaube, die Konversation lief nicht so ab. Mach doch einfach Copy and Paste, Leute. Na egal. The secret that Tomoe picked was Otori's. There's one possibility left. The culprit picked up my secret. It's possible they created the fire in order to destroy the evidence and burn everything. But the weird thing is my secret going to kill someone that much? Und warum hat es nichts mit mir zu tun? Warum lebe ich noch? It can't be. Even though they were embarrassing secrets, there was no secret that could motivate a murder to happen. I'll take it. Maybe I'll find something out later. A piece of bloody cloth. Leider, the secret message. Du hast nichts Wichtiges zu sagen? This was no cloak. I was burned? Yeah, it still smells like something burning. But it's an important place, so if you break it, it's a big deal, right? It's such a mess. Let's worry about that later and do an investigation first. Yo, stimmt, Alter, der Killer hat einfach riskiert, dass hier der ganze Strom ausgeht. Voll der Hurensohn. Yeah, you're right. Because the switch has no light, but a lamp. We have to rely on this dim light in order to investigate. Moment mal, ich habe noch gar nicht mit dir gesprochen. Maeda. No, are you doing an autopsy? Yeah, Kindle took over, so I'm going to work hard. He took over? What do you mean? Verstehe ich gerade auch nicht. Well, he said he had something to check and went somewhere else. When I was doing Marky's, we made the autopsy together. What did you check? Also, how about we confirm things together? What to say? It's a terrible amount of blood loss. Humans have excessive amount of bleeding when about 1/3 of the blood volume flows out. This is not around 1/3 as you can see. It's amazing even that this amount of blood came out. Neck wounds are definitely fatal, but ja stimmt, also it would have self-coagulated to some extent after the heart stops. The amount of bleeding should have gradually decreased. Ja, ist so, Alter. Ich meine, wenn du in den Hals gestochen wirst, das kann ja nicht lange bluten, weil du stirbst ja direkt. That means, are you saying something caused the mass bleeding? No, I can't confirm this with just my opinion. But if your blood pressure is high, then there'd be a lot of bleeding. That much I know. In simpler terms, there are individual differences. Well, there is a lot of bleeding in this case, meaning it must have taken a while before that. Thanks to that, Tomoe felt terrible pain before drawing their last breaths. Who could have planned such a horrible murder? So there is a killer among us in this case too? Like the time of Higa, are we going to doubt each other again and accuse people? I think this has to be done. I know it's painful. I won't force you if you don't want to, but if we don't, that means we have no choice but to give up on our lives. Ich muss mal gemütlich hinsetzen, damit ich gleich wieder rumheulen kann, wenn ich Rückenschmerzen hab. Yeah, I know. Sorry for the negativity. I'll work hard for their sake. Also, for my results of the autopsy, what I found out, the abnormal amount of blood loss. Oh, and the time of death does match with the Monokuma file. That's good enough information to help. Thank you, Naomi. It's okay. You are welcome, Maeda. Sagt sie nicht eigentlich immer Mr. Maeda? Okay. I'll check Tomoe in more detail in case I missed anything. Naomi is having it difficult too, but she's steadily fighting the desperate situation in our hands. Let's do our best. We need to find out the truth. Ja. Sie sieht terrible aus, aber I don't know, irgendwie macht mich dieser Anblick glücklich. Ich weiß nicht warum. Leute, ich habe mentale Probleme, okay? Tomoe. Clearly she prefers others and tried to hit on the guys. But she too in her heart wanted to change and we're getting to know her too. She didn't deserve this. Not only that, although it was bitter, we were always cheerful with Tomoe. The tension went up in the good sense, bringing energy to everyone. Dear Lord, she really didn't deserve this. So then, why? Why didn't you end up this way? I have no time to grieve. There's a lot of things that I need to investigate in order to find out the truth. And it was the same with Maki, but Tomoe, I'm sorry for intruding. Really sorry. Mein Auge ist so ekelhaft mal wieder. Ich muss leider hier meine Creme drauf schmieren. Moment. So, das sollte ausreichen. Jetzt sehe ich nur nichts mehr auf dem einen Auge für eine Weile. Tomorrow's body looked terrible. The whole body is bloody. The whole city's on fire! As shown in the Monokuma file, the stomach and neck had stab wounds. The wound on the neck was still bleeding a little, and thanks to that there was a bloody smell all over the room. Oh, danke, dass du nochmal nah ranzoomst, Alter. Diesen Anblick, den brauche ich. Yo, man sieht das, glaube ich, sogar, dass das da ein bisschen torn ist. Yo, sieht das krank aus. This knife stabbed in the neck. Must be the murder weapon at first glance. It seems that this time the killer did not dispose of the weapon. I didn't feel the need to go back for it. But this knife, it's a kitchen knife. Does that conclude that the weapon could not have been anywhere but in the kitchen? I'll have to check the kitchen later. And there's one more question about Tomoe's body. The wound on the stomach. The culprit ended her breathing by stabbing Tomoe on her neck. The file also stated the fatal wound was in that location as well. If so, what's the reason for the stomach wound? If you think of a possibility, they stabbed in the stomach and then stabbed her right away on the neck, or she was stabbed in the neck in a second attack after she fell down here. This is a crafty killer. I really don't know in detail because I don't have the specialized knowledge. I know he might know something, and I should consult with Kindlo as well. If I were the culprit, uselessly increasing the wounds would leave more traces behind. There has to be a reason for a stomach wound. Ja, das ist wahr. Anything more to be found on the body? If I take a look, the time Tomoe died is around 9:40 PM. So whoever doesn't have an alibi for that time is a prime suspect. I'll ask the others about it and find out. It's time to move. Das Class-File ist by the way richtig geil. Muss ich honestly sagen. How painful it must have been, poor Tomoe. I couldn't relieve the pain of a dying person. No, I shouldn't be weak. Even for Tomoe's sake, we have to find the culprit, yet do our very best. Ich dachte, ich soll sie was fragen. Habe ich mit dir geredet? Ah ja, ich hab mit dir schon geredet. Sorry. Ja, lass mich in Ruhe. Ah, okay. Ah, ich wollte gerade was testen, sorry. What's this? Something's broken. Is this a broken flashlight? Das sind zwei broken flashlights. Achso, er sagt's noch. Actually, there's two broken flashlights here. These must have been Tomoe's and the culprits. Even with a flashlight, you need to turn on the dark switch. That could have been... You need to turn on the dark switch. That could have been Tomoe, right? And how did the culprit manage to navigate without being noticed? But why are these broken? Is there a reason to break them or... Was ist hier nur passiert? It's a bloodstain, but what is this? This seems odd, right? Tomoe's body is clearly deep in the control room. Blood leads from the entrance to the power room. It's strange, there's no blood outside. Did the killer kill Tomoe and then ran away in a hurry? No, wait a minute. The fact that the blood is close to the entrance means that the struggle started at the entrance? So where are the windows broken? Breaking those wasn't part of it? Besides, there's this blood near the entrance of the control room. No blood anywhere outside on the power room. Did they wipe the blood spots off the power room? What in the world happened? Soll jemand auch noch reden, oder? Oder muss ich das nicht? Muss ich anscheinend nicht. Hey, Hatano, what are you doing? Oh, Maeda, well, I'm checking here. Do you know what that is? What is that? Burnt charcoal? Isn't that weird? When everyone gathered in front of the power room, there wasn't anything like that in the corner, right? Right, I was here too, but I couldn't have noticed that. First, shouldn't we check what it is? What the fuck? Hatano, what are you doing? Did you stumble into something? Ah! Jo, was? Nice ass. Hatano? What? Why is blood? Hatano, who was walking to investigate the strange object, suddenly, she grabbed her leg and she started bleeding. The flesh near the back of Hatano's left thigh was sharply cut and was dropping a lot of blood. Hatano! Fuck! What? I heard Ayame-chan scream! Ah! Ayame-chan! Hatano? What is it? What is that wound? Before that, let's call Inori first, quickly! Okay, I go call her. Der Typ, der nicht mit Frauen reden kann, natürlich schicken wir ihn. Hatano, how are you feeling? Everyone, don't come! Huh? Wire! There's a hidden wire! Wire? Looking closely at the place where Hatano fell, the bottom part I was able to see a sharp wire that was hard to see. At least I noticed it, because of Hatano's blood on it. It's too thin to see it with the naked eye. What is this? That burnt object was used as bait. Who installed a trap like this? Why? No, before that, what do we do with Hatano? If we know he was here, he's a turtle. He might know what to do. I got Inori here. Ah! Wait, Hatano? What's going on? Well, she got caught in a wire trap. Inori, what should we do? Wire trap? Why is that? This... I look at her vitals first. Kanata-chan, but this is okay? Is there a place to treat her? Currently the nurse office is locked. What place do we use to treat her wound? That's true. But the amount of bleeding is bigger than expected. I have to do something about it quickly. Be careful. There's still a wire there. Alle sind weg, geil. By Inori's judgment, she takes Hatano with her. It's okay, Hatano. As an athlete, she must have a strong will. Let's hope it's just a scratch. I'm worried about Hatano, but there's not much time left before the class trial. I still haven't figured out much. Curses, what kind of person would do this? It's not enough of killing Tomoe, even trying to set a trap up on Hatano. Is that wire far away? It was installed by the culprit, but was there a target in the first place? If you do a trap like this, it's a complete indiscriminate attack against an unspecified person. I don't have much time to go through the details. I've only searched the control room, so let's quickly investigate other places. Ja, richtig, wir müssen hier noch schauen und, Dings, in die Kitchen müssen wir noch. First of all, Hatano got an injury while trying to investigate this area. And what I found is... This looks like a black object. This is a flashlight. Another one? The flashlight is burned. There was also a fire inside the control room, so was the flashlight burned at some point inside the fire? No, wait. If it was a flashlight, it was already inside the room? 2 flashlights were broken inside. If so, why is this one here? And who used it? Wire trap. Thanos Injury, die zweite Flashlight. Ah, ich kann mich frei bewegen und ich kann einfach über das Kabel hier laufen, geil. Oh Junge, es ist so dumm von mir, dass ich gepennt habe und dass ich jetzt erst so spät aufnehme, Alter. Weil jetzt kommt Class Frame, da muss ich wieder viel lesen, da muss ich wieder hier Mr. Schreihals muss ich dann lesen, geil. Oh, Junge, ey, nach 22 Uhr wird das schwierig. Maeda-kun, is Ayame-chan okay? What to do? What can I do? Take it easy, Taiwa. I know you're worried, but the class trial will start soon. We have to focus on the investigation first. A friend was hurt, but you want to investigate? Is it that easy to work around like that? Oh, I'm sorry, Maeda-kun. To be mad at Maeda-kun, it's not the right way to do this. It's okay. I understand. Once you start to calm down, I have something to ask you, Taiwa. Something to ask? Yes, not only you, Taiwa, but also in the dorms, Kindlo, Atano and Kurokawa weren't there. At that time, even though nighttime was starting, you didn't return to the dorms, right? That's right. Well, I tried to go back, but I couldn't because of this. Just past 9 o'clock, I was doing some cooking research in the kitchen. Cooking? The reason why the food was already done every day was because of this? Yes! By the way, it seemed to me that there was a lack of a lot of ingredients today. Because I wanted to make different recipes, but alas, I couldn't. I made a mistake while wearing tempura, so all of the oil splashed on my clothes. I tried to go to bed soon, but I had to wash the whole thing in the bathroom because the washing machine wasn't working. Oh, I see. By the way, were you alone during that time? Yeah, Ayame-chan seemed to go training, because she was there before going to bed. So that's the case, I see. Yeah, Kizuna-chan, I'm so sorry. Thank you for telling me this. We must find the culprit together. Yeah, let's push on, Maeda. Ayame-chan, I hope you're okay. Oh, sie ist so süß. Oh, ich hab sie so lieb. Sorry, ich weiß, ich bin ein Simp. Maeda, do you think Katano will be alright? Not sure. I'm worried, but since she was hurt on the leg, shouldn't be a problem, I think. Hatano, she got injured while trying to investigate, right? I can't forgive a killer who even does this. Let us investigate more for Hatano's sake. Yeah, there's not much time left, so let's hurry. I'm really sorry about Tomoe. Oh, yeah, right. I hope you become to be able to open your heart to us. Open your heart? Come to think of it, I heard that before. Oh, Yuehaba wasn't with us at the time. After our reunion, we were able to move Tomoe's heart. I don't mean to blaspheme the dead, but I honestly can't believe that point. Yuehaba too? Junge, sorry, ich hab gesagt, ich korrigiere das, sorry. You too? Mikao said that too. You're a good person down to the root, although you seem stiff and partial. No, I can feel that to be the case. Because you've been missionary to the others these days. It was only a week since we met her, but the nature of Tomoe was a little guy. When I left Kinzo's group, I felt hesitant, but it was a bit unbelievable that I didn't care about my pride enough to return to you all again. Of course, it's just my opinion. If I actually fought like that for you guys, I would have forgot I said anything. Yuehara, I know that's not the case right now, but can't you reconsider? With everyone together again. Don't talk about it. I changed my mind once. I don't plan on changing it twice. Don't worry. Rest assured, I'm not trying to blame or ignore you like Makaru. I intend to exchange as much as possible, so don't be too disappointed. War der nicht am Anfang von Chapter 2 noch so, yo, eigentlich habe ich gar keinen Bock mit dir zu reden? Now, let's overcome the crisis that's right in front of us. Alright, Yuehara. Ich hab seinen Punkt nicht so ganz verstanden. Gut, er sagt's aber auch nicht nochmal. I pray your search goes well. Du hast keinen wichtigen Dialog, Mekaru. Mekaru, is the investigation going well? No, I have something to think about. That's the problem. What? Do you want to sit down and naturally talk about it? Do you mind? Shut up! Don't speak, idiot! I don't cooperate with you. Do I have to say it 100 times? It's Mekaru's reaction as usual. It's Mekaru's reaction as usual. Do you think that Mekaru had something to think about? Is there something amiss in this case? Was hat der jetzt vorhin gesagt? Ich hab nicht aufgepasst, Alter. Ich hab das einfach nur gelesen und da habe ich so gemerkt, so, ey, ich hab dem jetzt gar nicht zugehört. Uäh. Sorry. Ja, egal. Also sein Hauptpunkt ist ja, er ist keine schlechte Person. Der möchte einfach nicht seinen Glauben unter irgendwas anderes stellen. Und jetzt hat er ja auch gesagt, er möchte seine Meinung einfach nicht nochmal ändern. Also, wenn er nicht so stur wäre, dann würde es vielleicht was geben. Was machst du da? Iwanami, what are you doing here? Sorry. It was at the time of Maki's, but Satsuki is totally useless in reasoning. So you're investigating a corner where no one seems to be looking. Original! It's like an anime, where you find unexpected evidence in these places. Yeah, but this ain't the enemy. Krieg ich hier eine Monocoin? Yes! It's the end, Maeda! It's the end of me! Why, Tori? So sorry! I'm sorry! It may be my fault that Tomori Kizuna died! Wait, what does it mean exactly? Please, calm down and tell me. Well, that is... Now when I think about it, something suddenly came to my mind. The second day, was it? It must have been the first night after breakfast together. These days my routine was to collect the items at the antique store before last night. And as soon as I wake up the next day, I went there and collect the number of items every day. The antique shop's so good? I guess... No, sorry. That's also because when Marky died. Wasn't there a lot of stuff used in the crime from the antique shop? I was worried that that would happen again, so I looked at things every day and perfectly memorized the type and locations of each object. Anyway, so I looked at the items on the second evening and went back to the antique store as soon as I got up the next day. I found out some things were missing. What? Some things? That's the problem. At that time, all the good are still probably in order before I went to check. I can't think of what's most of... Junge, ey, Mr. Lesen mal wieder. I can't think of what's missing at all. But I know that something is definitely missing. Tori, there's no doubt that the things that disappeared here were things that were inside the switchium. The fuse, the lighter and flashlight. They all disappeared back then. So, that would mean that the killer prepared the tools very early in this case. Well, I'm not so sure about that, but I'm certain the time the tools were missing was at late night time. Late night time. At that point, only Mikao, Tomori and Yuehara weren't with us. We were wandering around late at night, right? Huh? Then the culprit is among those three? Oh, then it can't be Tomori, she's already dead. Right, then it only needs Mikao and Yuehara as one of them, no doubt. My memory of things is clear as crystal. It is too early to conclude, but it seems to have been a good reference. Thanks, Tori. By the way, can I ask you a question? Is the wire that just heard Hatano from the antique shop? Hatano got hurt? What do you mean? Oh, you didn't know? Just before the switchium turned off, the killer installed a wire trap. Hatano got caught there and she injured her leg. Huh? Wire trap? Wire trap? Why is that? Oh, was that the reason why Nori and Hatano just went out together? Yeah, I think the killer's more cunning than I thought. I haven't seen it, but maybe the wire did not come from the antique shop. What disappeared then was the fuse, the lighter and the flashlight. There were wires, but those were not gone, so probably not. Is that true? Okay, thanks for the clue anyway. Did I help you? You're welcome. Let's do our best to catch the culprit, Maeda. That's right, otherwise we will die. Aye. Okay. Sagst du mal was anderes? Hallo? Hallo, warum kann ich Shift nicht mehr drücken? Hallo? Muss ich mal ganz kurz hier raus? Was, wenn ich nochmal in den Power rumgehe? Hallo, warum kann ich Shift nicht mehr drücken? Das nervt mich gerade. Hallo, lass mich doch Shift drücken. Ja gut, ich habe eh fast alles. Ich muss nur mit ihm hier reden, glaube ich. Ah, ich kann mit dem Glas eh nicht reden, aber ich kann durchs Glas einfach durchlaufen. Geil. Wusste ich auch nicht. Maeda, what happened earlier? I saw Inori with Atano leaving the power room. Well, that is... I explained to Kindle what just happened. What? Wire trap? I still don't know why the killer installed such a thing. Was it not targeting only for Tomori? If you're still aiming at someone like Atano was, it just adds more evidence to the crime. No, probably not. Huh? How do you mean? Looking at the case, the wire trap feels a little out of place. Out of place? I'll tell you more about it at the last trial. I have to do some research here now. Having said that, Kindle looked ahead again. Kindle was investigating. Is this pieces of broken glass from the switchium window? Yeah. This is also strange. Strange. The shape of the broken glass is temperature. The direction of the fragments flew off. I see. Can I take a look too? You can. Be careful not to damage the scene. Warum schauen wir so ins Nichts? The fragments were broken into pieces and splashed on the floor. Inside I felt the darkness of that room little by little. Also the shards were quite hot because of the fire. How did this even happen while we were resting? In the first place, I don't even know what was the time the situation even happened. Come to think of it, Kindle, Why weren't you at the dormitory at the time? You said to follow that rule, didn't you? Come to think of it, Maeda, you weren't here back then. There were only 6 of us. It was Taiwa, Hatano, Kurokawa, Uehara, Mikao and myself. Hat Taiwa nicht gesagt, sie war irgendwie in der Küche und hat ihre... Ja, okay, egal. What happened here exactly? With this fire, why did the power room become like this? Yeah, I'll tell you. At a class trial, I have to explain the situation to everyone once again. First of all, the reason I wasn't in the dorms at the time, if the others ask, it's because I discovered something. What? It was about 9 PM. As I was about to go back to the dormitory after completing my investigation, I heard Hatano scream. Hearing that, there was a fire in the power room. I hurriedly headed to the 2nd floor of the school where I met Mikao, Uehara and Hatano there. The situation at the time was that the smoke from the switchium was leaking into the hallway, and we hurriedly went in to extinguish the fire with the fire extinguishers on the hallway. The switchium entrance. In other words, I went to the corner of the power room and turned off the lights. Suddenly I heard an explosion sound from the other side. It was this broken glass. And you heard that sound. Were you all 4 together? Yeah, me, Hatano, Mikao and Uehara were at the switchium entrance. We had a lot of smoke, but we were close enough to confirm each other's positions. I see then, the only thing I can think of is the killer was inside the switchium, broke the window and ran away. Have you seen any other person besides those 3? As I mentioned earlier, it was smoky, but I didn't see anyone else. Wait, but at that point, Taiwa and Kurokawa weren't together? I don't like cutting it here like this, but I'll tell you soon. Anyway, I turned the switch to extinguish the fire at the entrance, and when Hatano, Mikao and me went inside, Sumari was dead. At that point the body discovery announcement came out, and after listening to the broadcast, Taiwa and Kurokawa came to the power room first. I don't know if you came after them, right? That's right. Then what about Uehara? You all went in together, but Uehara did not check the body? Uehara heard me when I told him to check the back broken window and went to the other side. But there were no clues other than what we already see here. After listening to the broadcast, Taiwa and Kurokawa came. After that, the rest, including me, in the dormitory came, correct? Yes, it seems that the overall development of this case is roughly in this manner. But something is questionable. To be honest, it's suspicious there's 2 people out when the situation happened. Maeda, now that there's not much time left instead of being with me, can you check on Taiwa and Kurokawa? I want to confirm if they stayed together before the body discovery. Can you find out about it? Are you suspicious of them? Well, it's true they don't have an alibi, but... Then please do. I need to investigate the window more. Oh, Kinjo, 1 second. Can I ask one more thing? I just heard the whole situation from you, but I still don't get what's weird about the glass shards from the window. To simply put it, it's neatly broken. Besides, the structure of the window is strange. Look, even the glass is broken and the body can pass through. The lights in the power room hardly reach the inside. The switchium, right? No matter what principle the room was made of. If it was marked and sealed at this level and a fire broke out, the outside of the power room would not have spread the flames more than what was expected. And this was the sense of incongruity you mentioned? Maeda, there is no time. I can explain in detail here. I'll tell you at the class trial. First of all, check out the alibi of those 2, the people I mentioned earlier. Okay. I heard Kinjo's explanation, but I didn't notice anything strange that stood out. Is that something that can only be seen by him as the ultimate police officer? Anyways, I'll know when it comes to the trial. The investigation comes first. Okay. Oh, das war's. Das war schon die Investigation. The headmaster of the school, Monokuma, wants to inform you that the fun is pouring out at this hour. It's already close to midnight, so let's hurry up and finish this. All of you, please get out the door with the red carpet on the 1st floor of the school building. The class trial will begin. Oh, I hope this gets really fun. Maybe I'll enjoy it. Fuck, wir konnten nicht mehr mit Akane reden. Finally, it's time. Damn it, I haven't even investigated properly yet. I've only checked the power room and the switchium. There's also the situation with Watano. The timing was too late. Well, if I hang out here, Monokuma will kill me. Because this isn't a joke. Let's go. Somehow even with the information collected so far, we have to find out the culprit. It's not just me. If I put everyone's heads together, I can definitely go through this like last time. Wie lange hat das erste Class Trial nochmal gedauert? Oh, du! Oh, Maeda. Hatano, are you okay? I applied first aid as a substitute for a bandage. It stopped all the bleeding, but... Hatano, the time is already running out. We have to go to the trial. That's all we can do. Yes, I heard it too. While I received the first aid from Minori and returning to help more with the investigation, it just showed up. We can't help it now. No, don't overdo it. Is the leg okay? Hatano? Maeda, Hatano's leg, well, what is it? The truth is, my left thigh tendon has been cut. I can't even walk. The damage might be permanent or not. Only time will tell. What? It was unfortunate that the tendon part got cut so much. I don't know what would happen if I had surgery right now. Also, I don't know if there's a room on the school to do this risk. Wait a minute, what's that said? You can't walk, let alone run? Actually, the lower part of the thigh. I can't feel it. Without no support, I couldn't have made it here. This is so outrageous, it's nonsense. Hatano, you are a track field athlete. Is that okay to lose one's talent and wane? I'm sorry. If only I were a doctor who could fix it at once. Stop. This wasn't Inori's fault. However, Maeda, we shouldn't be arguing here right now. Isn't the class trial about to start? But Hatano, in the future even if my legs were intact, if you fail the class trial, you will all be killed. This is fine. I can worry about my legs later. So, let's go now. It's enough if Inori supports me. I'll do it. Hatano. I tried to be calm, but Hatano's body gradually was trembling. You would be the most desperate yourself, even if an ordinary person can't walk anymore. It's a shock. Ich würde gerne mal schauen, wie lang der andere Part war, das erste Class Trial. Nevertheless, I have to try to overcome the class trial for everyone. With only a strong mentality. I got it, you're right. When you die, it's all over. Let's go to the trial. Everyone's there. Yeah. Alright, Class Trial also. Wie gesagt, 2 Stunden werden wir höchstwahrscheinlich dafür brauchen. Investigation dauerte ungefähr genauso lang, nämlich in Chapter 1. Coming back in here. I remember when Kyoka-chan died. I was kinda hoping that would not happen again. Hey Tano, is your leg okay? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no problem at all. He gave me first aid. I'll get better soon. For the time being, we will support my footing. So that's all. Tano? Is that so? I'm really glad. We can go to the trial with confidence. Trial. Class trial. T-R-I-A-L. I'm going to stand in this trial with confidence! Well, I was wondering when that was coming out. I see. By the way, Kurokawa is... Where is she? Huh? I can't see Kurokawa in the room. Mikako-chan? I haven't been able to see her during the investigation. Where did she go? No, wait a minute. If they disappeared at this hour, could that be it? Kurokawa is the culprit? What did you say? Kurokawa is the killer? No, that's a hasty judgment. Maybe something went wrong? Hiya, you're all here. Boo! This time I'm kind to you. I came out on the entrance. Face to face. You're done releasing the bowels, right? I'm really nice, aren't I? Now we going down underground like last time? I'm sad no one pays attention to respond to me. What are you saying? You're missing one. Where did Mikako Kurokawa go? Huh? Weren't you all together? Oh, it's true. Does that girl nowhere to be found? Unbelievable. Does she want to dip the class trial? Wait up, I'll bring her now. Mal eben was trinken, Alter. Oh, ich muss den Deckel abreißen. Auf jeden Fall muss ich den Deckel abreißen. Weil die Hurensohn ja wieder diese scheiß abnehmbaren Hurensohn-Deckel. Ah, Mann, ey. But what's this girl being late for? She could die if she's late. Damn it. Hatano, who was injured, also came here. She may lack legs, but she doesn't lack guts. I'll have to give that woman a training regiment. Well, I mean, Kurokawa, it's not really the culprit, right? What do you mean, Kawashikawa? Kurokawa is not that kind of person. Not that kind of person? Did you guys not see Mitsuhiro Higa as the guy who started the killing at the beginning? That was... Or are you going to claim he's an innocent person? I mean... Something's odd. Didn't you guys used to tackle my words all the time? Tomori Kizuna did that often, but that bitch died. Hey mate, for some reason, you're being awfully quiet. I thought you would be the first to put a rebel attitude. Huh? Me? Sorry, I didn't hear. Taiwa, are you okay? Come to think of it, you seem less energetic than usual. Can you tell? Oh, I just have something to think about. You idiot. The class trial will begin soon. Of course no one has the energy for this. Idiot? Why, of course I'm an idiot. But it's weird. It's a sad lesson that Kurokawa disappeared. He could be considered the main suspect. It's worth putting into our topics for later. Even Kinzo thinks that. I can't confirm it yet, but some of my suspicious figures were selected during the investigation. Kurokawa is one of them. Dann ist Akane wahrscheinlich die zweite, weil wollte ja, dass wir die Alibis checken. Why Kurokawa? Let's talk about that in the class trial. Discussing here will only get things agitated. Well, yes, but Kurokawa still needs to be here for the class trial. Everyone waited long enough. I bought the latecomer. Mikako-chan. Hurry in, it's the first time, so I'll be flexible in this particular case. But next time, I'll punish you with no questions asked. Well now... Warum hat meine Alexa jetzt reagiert? Well now, all 12 of you finally got together. Like last time, I'll be going down first to take the elevator to proceed. 12 noch. Scheiße, Alter. Wir waren 15 am Anfang. Kurokawa, what happened? I haven't seen you since the investigation. What have you been up to? I don't think you came from investigating, were you? Hey, I don't think she plans on opening her mouth anytime soon. Why don't we leave the bitch alone and go down already? It doesn't matter if you want her to speak here. Kurokawa! Sie sagt nichts. Trial. After it's over, I'll tell you. This is suspicious, very suspicious. Headaches, headaches. Alright then. Habe ich wieder 2 Nachrichten? Ne, ist nur eine. If you are the culprit, you won't be able to survive when the class trial is done. It can't be, it's not her. Kurokawa, was there a reason you were being late? Now everyone, I know you don't like doing a class trial. I wanted to stop the situation somehow, but it happened. It's really futile at this point. What will happen next? First, let's pass the trial and talk. Now, only think about surviving the trial and clear your minds and eyes from any misconceptions. Kinzo's right. I couldn't afford to think differently right now. All we must do is survive. We are again at the crossroads of life and death. Yes, let's clear up our minds and face this. Surely we can make it. We can figure out the culprit. Yes, I'm not alone. Everyone is here. I have to doubt someone again and turn him into a killer. But I have to. Again. I have no choice but to do the class trial. Können wir mal mit allen reden? Geil. Again, another hellish trial begins. All of us are the accused. I'm not going to back out at all. Coming here twice. I feel like I'm gonna be sick on my stomach. How long are you going to stay put here? Let's hurry. I'm worried. Something doesn't look right for everyone. I just need to tell everyone that my leg is fine for now. It will increase confusion if we tell them the truth. I don't think it's the right time. There's something very bustling about this case. Satsuki investigated very seriously. Honestly, I thought nothing. Sorry. Is there really a culprit within us? The culprit who killed Tomori. Ihr beiden steht zusammen, das finde ich witzig. If you do what you think is correct for everyone, you'll be able to find the killer. Ich kann mit dir nicht reden. Hey, sorry, I keep getting lost. Can't do this. Well, let's go. Let's arrest the corrupted seed that committed murder again. It's really painful, but I have to do it. Cheer up, everyone. I'll open the elevator door. The elevator goes down underground with a rattling sound. It was the second time I felt it. My heart didn't calm down again. There's no guarantee that the culprit will be revealed safely this time. I have to do my best. I'm a little nervous this time. I could only investigate the power room and the switch here. I don't even know who the culprit was. Can we properly guess in this stage? Maida. Du? Was willst du von mir? Kurokawa? Yes? Kurokawa talked in a very small voice in the elevator to me. The voice was in whispers, so without realizing I answered in whispers too. It seems the others didn't hear because of the elevator's noise. Kitchen. I've been to... Knife. One was missing. Oh, really? It seems Kurokawa went to investigate after all. The fact that one kitchen knife disappeared means that the murder weapon on Tomori's neck was brought from the kitchen. And... yeah? Never mind. Kurokawa seemed to have something to say. Kurokawa is a unique guy. Even though the number of words seems to be few, when I really need it, he talks more than I thought. But thanks to the information Kurokawa gave me, the source intake is becoming more clear. It will be helpful for the trial, even a little. I take note of it. Ja, machen wir. For a long time, the elevator carried us down to the basement. With a huge shake, the elevator arrived to the class court. Alright, let's go! Wie sieht der Raum heute aus? Meine Augen tun weh, Alter. You're here! Great! Let's start a late night class trial! Das ist witzig, weil ich heute auch late gestartet bin. The room looks different than last time. Of course! If you always do the same thing in the same interior, all the tension dies, right? Change, it's a law that we all need. It's a repulsive room. It's you're noisy and starting to fall asleep, so why not go to your own seat? Everyone seems to be prepared. I feel a very different atmosphere since last time. Is it because you went through a trial once, or is it because your trust is falling apart? Shut up and start, you damn stuffed toy! Hey, it's not stuffed toy! It's Monokuma! I'm not upset. Whatever. Even if you rush me in, I was gonna start anyways. We should finish quickly and everyone go back to sleepy time, yeah? That is if not an internal sleep for the majority. Okay, let's start! Again, the tense starts flowing as soon as we stand on each bench. It's like making a wall to make each other suspicious. When I stood here, I realized once more that it begins again. Tomori, a girl who was a classmate, and she was looking for affection recklessly. But at the end, she opened her real self to us. And it wasn't bad at the very beginning, no matter what anyone thought in the process. The killer who murdered her so badly. And not enough of killing Tomori, the culprit who committed an unforgivable crime that made Otano lose her leg with a trap aimed at random. The trial to uncover the killer begins now. The trial that risked her life. A lie that took her life. A betrayal at the risk of everyone's lives. Giving an excuse to survive. An excuse to kill. In fact, trust in your classmates. A life-threatening debate. A life-threatening excuse. A life-threatening trust. A life-threatening class trial. Ja, und es startet jetzt! Also, wir können nichts machen, oder? Also, wir können keine Skills anlegen oder so. Wir können nur speichern. Ja. Haben wir mehr Leben inzwischen? Ne, haben wir nicht. Finde ich cool. Okay, wir haben 1, 2, 3. Wir haben... Was? Steht auch da oben links Revamped Version. Bei hier stand es auch. Hä? Hä? Okay. Wir haben mehr Truth Bullets als beim letzten Mal. Jetzt habe ich aber vergessen zu zählen. Hoppla. Wir dürfen nicht sterben heute. Ich brauche die Monokuma Coins. First of all, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial. The outcome of the class trial is decided by your votes. If you point out the blanked, only they will get punished. But in case you point out the wrong person, I'll punish everyone except the blackened. And the one who tricked everyone else will graduate from this academy. Also, this translation is brought to you by Zephy, so you better damn well appreciate it or I'll punish your fools. Make sure to check my YouTube channel for any future updates on other translations. Finally, the second class trial has begun. There's no such thing as being used to this atrocious game. I'm actually more anxious than last time. But if I'm afraid here, it can't be helped. As we did last time, let's think carefully with everyone. Now then, first... Wait a minute, there's something I want to ask first. Oh my, what's the hold up? What are you going to ask? Last time it wasn't my first time, so I didn't question it. But now that I think about it, I believe I have to ask this now. The body discovery announcement. What exactly are the conditions for the broadcast to show up? Mikharu, why aren't you suddenly asking this kind of stuff? If you find a dead body, then close the BDA. You just shut up. I see, after all, it is Mikharu, the one who paid attention to that, huh? Even so, it is basically as Kawashikawa-kun says, when you find a body, I broadcast it. Only when 3 people, at least 3 people have found a body, then the announcement will show up for everyone. Was it always like that? Is that a rule made on the spot or was it applied from last time? Of course it was applied from the beginning. In Maki's case, Taira found it first, then Maeda and finally Atano. Since the order was complete, it satisfies the condition of 3 people. The announcement came out because that rule was successfully completed. Right. It's true the announcement rang the moment Hatano discovered it last. This thing. Saying an important detail at a time like this. Was it? Did I not tell you about this? It's too late. Oh crap! Well, you know, when people live, they forget. It's like that, right? Oh, I'm not human. But a bear, so it's okay. Oh, sorry, ich bin weiter Mr. Lesen. Okay, when more than 3 people find the body. Well, that found criteria is not dwell on time, is it? For example, a week passes after the initial discovery, and the second one appears. And even if the third discoverer appears another week later, the broadcast will also ring? Yeah, time doesn't matter at all when the first 3 people who have seen a corpse Anyway, the announcement will sound the moment the first person discovers the body. Mikharu, I know it's fine to check the rules, but is the condition of the body discovery announcement important enough to ask? Wouldn't our main purpose now be to find the culprit? Keep quiet, I'm not over yet. Now then, Monokuma, this is the most important question. That would be a witness to the crime includes the culprit? No? Huh? I've asked a question, you won't answer? You ask, do the witnesses include the culprit? Well, that's a bit very super great, whole delicate matter. I see. Even with a sharp sense, it became a problem. Okay, I'll tell you, in this particular scenario, depending on the characteristics of the case, whether or not the culprit is included in the discovery will be decided at the end of the trial. What? It's different this time? Then no one knows. It's up to our own judgment. That will also induce everyone to be against each other. I already told you this. When it comes to trials, I'm fed in the butter, God and Jesus combined. You said Jesus twice in a different meaning. Let's recap. In the last case, you said that the announcement rang because Akawa and Taira, Yuki Maeda, and Ayame Atano discovered the body. And in the last case, Mitsuhiro Higa, the culprit, must have been excluded from the quotation of 3 people discovering the body. I excluded Higa-kun. In fact, it didn't matter much if I included him, since the first 3 people to discover it were together at that time. And what about this case? The culprit who killed Tomoe Kizuna. And you include that person as the discoverer? Huh? Yeah, that's why. Specification aside. Why the sudden dialect? Did you inhale it? Oh man. Why the sudden dialect? Did you inhale a Towie? Well, my dialect is not that awkward. I mean, I have the mainland pronunciato. What? You don't seem to be enough from the mainland to mix different parts of the country. No comment! No comment on that! Well, if you ask for my opinion on a particular case, I would be the one in the trial instead. If a judge enters the discussion, it's unfair, right? That would be a violation. You're also awaiting the answer. Fine. Just look at your reaction makes me think I touched a sensible subject. No, I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell is Mikao talking about? Somebody let me know. Well, that does it for the mischief to this point. And let's go with the trial soon. Did you know that 12 o'clock is past already? Originally, I was going to start right away, but Miss Mikao sounded weird and it's late now. Anyways, let's go. First, start with the arrangement of the case. Please begin the discussion. Why did Mikao ask such a question? I have no clue what she's thinking. I'm curious, but now I have to focus on the trial without thinking about anything else. Time to arrange the scene. Let's gather everyone. I hate to follow Monokuma's words, but we need to begin with the case. This is the topic at hand, because the people on the dormitory side at the time of the situation wouldn't know the details of the incident. Oh right, what happened to them? After listening to the body discovery announce, I was in a hurry to find you guys, and then Tomoe, she was dead in the power room, all over with burnt marks in the room. Okay, for those who know, we organized the scene with the rest. And those who do not know the order of events, from now on take some time to confirm your positions with everyone. Kinglo-kun, don't you have something to tell us before that? What? You said you wouldn't make anyone a victim if we followed you. For that purpose we agreed and you got rid of a group of 3 people. Everything ended up like this, so why? Are you proud of it? Good luck then. Okay, I would have to make amends to risk my own life and apologize for that because I didn't keep my promises. But if you can't surpass this moment, everyone will die. It's a pity for what happened with Tomoe, but I also have a duty to keep you all from being executed in this class trial. If you don't like it, I'll be out of this trial. Yeah, I'm an incompetent cop who can't make promises anyway. That's enough! Everyone is on edge. Think about other things later. And focus on the trial for now. Yes, Akane, you know your heart, but let's finish this first. Yeah, and Kindlo-kun, I didn't mean to... Sorry. Hallo? Warum ist meine Tastatur gerade einfach ausgegangen? It's fine. And let's begin sorting out the case, step by step. Well, you know, I won't say it anymore, but I don't help you understand. I don't need you, because there's Kindle with us. Me? Oh no, Mikao, you can stay! Don't let me do everything. We have to do it together. I said to myself, even for a dead guy, you must understand the truth of the case yourself. Ooh, alright. Then let's begin. I didn't manage to get to the power room at the beginning of the whole incident to see it directly. Let's discuss what we heard and saw. The first part. Around 9 PM, Hatano discovered a fire in the power room, was it? Yeah. I was walking down the corridor on the 2nd floor before nighttime. When I entered the power room, there was a black smoke coming out because it seemed to smell like something burning. You mean that's what happened? I was at the antique shop, but I had no idea. I heard Hatano's cry and rushed to the 2nd floor. Uehara and Mikao were together as we bumped into each other on the way. We went first to the power room, the epicenter of the fire. It was hot and smoky. The fire was about to spread from the switch room to the outside. Yes, it's exactly what Kindlo told me. I already know this part from Kindlo. What did you and Howard do soon after was... Was war das gerade für eine dumme Multiple-Choice-Frage? So you bought a fire extinguisher in the hallway on the second floor to extinguish the fire, right? Yeah, that's correct. By the way, how do you know that? The only ones in that area were Kindlo, Yuehawa, Mekaru, and me. Oh, I asked Kindlo about it while we were investigating. Right, I told him. Maeda knows the unfolding process of the case. Is that so? Then let's continue. The four of us were putting out the fire. I heard something breaking inside the switch room. At that moment, Kindlo looked at Yuehawa and asked him to see if someone was going out of the power room door. And the other three, including me, went to the switch room inside. And there... Tomori was that. Yeah, at that point the BDA came out. Taiba and Kurokawa arrived at the power room soon after. Okay, from here on our Dawn team has joined, so let me speak. When we arrived, the fire had already been extinguished. Yeah, we know that already, dumbass. After that, like last time, Monokuma handed out the file and put us some time to investigate. Right, from here on out are the things that I have seen with my own eyes. But after I examined the switch room and returned, that happened. Shortly thereafter, Hatano had an accident in which her leg was injured by a wire trap. That's what happened? Yamaguchi said it before in front of the elevator, didn't you hear? Tummy. Ayame-chan, it's really okay? It still seems to be a little fuzzy. Oh, no problem. It hurts a little right now, but it's no major injury, so we can treat it properly after this trial. Isn't that right, Inoue? Yes. Well, you don't have to worry. Please continue with the trial. Sie ist wirklich amazing. Yo, that leg wound! Is this an injury more serious than expected? What are you talking about? Didn't you say it was okay? Even pretense is useless. Do you think I can't read other people's minds? You, that incompetent and the doctor. The atmosphere of you three. It makes things clear that something happened. Shall we guess? Let's see. How about the leg injury that's so serious you won't be able to use it never again? What? What are you talking about? Ayame-chan said she was okay. That is a lie, right? Mekaru is just talking nonsense, yeah? Hey, sorry. I thought you might be worried more, so I decided to keep this with Hatano. I lied. I'm sorry. Inoue, no! Is it a lie? What do you mean? In reality, Hatano's injury, the moving muscle tissue, the most important posterior tendon was amputated. Without luck, it's a serious injury that you might really have to wear crutches forever. What? Why was she lying to say that it's okay for that serious injury? This is the most important trial of all of our lives. Every detail matters. So sorry. Because of that, Hatano and I thought it was to avoid getting you guys confused, but... I'm sorry that Hatano tried to pretend to be okay, so sorry. Ayame-chan, it's a lie, right? Tell us something! Sorry, I was lying. What? Then it's really... Because the nurse's office is now locked, and since there are no facilities for treatment to treat the wound, it is literally hemostasis. It's really hard to stand still. Isn't that too much for her? Hatano, shouldn't you get treated quickly, get healed, and come to the trial later? Hey, what are you talking about? What's more important than a trial? That is... But... Ayame-chan, she can't even run again. No, I'm sorry, but I agree with Mekaru. Whether your leg is crippled, cut off or unable to walk, if you don't win the trial, you will die. And it's more serious than what you mentioned before the trial. I lied that I was okay with this. As a result, I caused even greater confusion. Sorry everyone. Ayame-chan doesn't have to be sorry. Can't she be let go? At least to get proper treatment? No, it's absolutely forbidden to leave the court during the trial. If you're worried about Mr. Tano's leg, you'll have to finish the trial first. You say that, but I'm also in agreement. I don't really care, but I want you to focus on finding the culprit. If the focus is on me, I'll die just standing. Ich kann übrigens mal meinen Kopfhörer laden, merke ich gerade. Also zumindest das Case. But Ayame-chan. She says that, but let me comply with the will. And don't you think it would be wise to finish the trial earlier in time and get treatment? Yuehara is right. It may still be painful, but please hold on a little. Let's focus on the trial for now for everyone. For now, everyone. Okay. Thank you for your consideration, Akane. Junge, ich kann nicht mehr reden, Alter. Ich habe gerade schon überlegt, als ich kurz so still war, ob ich das heute abbrechen soll. Weil ich habe echt gemerkt, lesen ist echt schwierig, aber ich habe schon das Trial jetzt gestartet und ich habe ja auch mein Schedule und alles. Ich würde trotzdem eine kurze Pause einlegen, um einen Teller Nudeln zu essen und wir sehen uns dann gleich wieder. Dann kann ich auch den Kopfhörer nochmal laden, weil ich weiß auch gar nicht, ob der das Trial durchhalten wird. Dann ist es zwar noch später, wahrscheinlich dann 22 Uhr, aber ich habe so viel Flüssigkeit in meinem Mund und trinken hilft auch nicht, Alter. So, keine Ahnung, ob es jetzt besser ist, wir werden sehen. Thank you for your consideration, Akane. Then let's get back to the main topic again. Yeah, where did we end again? We were talking about Hatano's injury by the wire. Here. Shortly thereafter, Inori took Hatano to provide first aid. We went out of the power room and we continued the investigation. That's the end of it, right? Quiz! But I think it's a useless question. Sorry in advance. The health room was locked, but how did you do Hatano's treatment and where? Right, I needed something tough and fake to use it as a bandage. But there were some things like wax in the warehouse. However, since it is really a substitute and only first aid, there's a possibility of additional sepsis and bacterial infection. So we'll need antibiotics just in case. Antibiotics. But in order to do that, we have to find out the killer and end his trial, right? Yeah, but because someone died, well, is there really another culprit among us? A killer who stabbed Tamori? Now where are you doubting it for? That's for sure. But if you point the killer gets executed. It seems like you're sacrificing one person to save Hatano. So would you save the killer? To save a killer, 11 of us have to die. I agree. Let me say this, okay? The guy who knows a person is sleep even if they die. How long will you waste your time on such useless topics? I didn't mean it like that. I apologize. Also, how come Mekaru and Kindlo team up? They seem to be getting better and better. I understand Otori's feelings, but is it okay? I feel the same because it feels like, in the end, whether or not we point out the killer in this trial, someone will be killed. I wish there were no victims, but that Bear Monokuma thing won't let us go. Damn it! What purpose does he want to achieve? So the case was cleared up. Who's the killer? We have to figure that out from now on. Honestly, this case has a lot of twists. If you think of it as an ordinary murder case, it's not going to fit in at all. First, let's solve the mystery of each event one by one. The priority should be the victim's body. The body? Tamori's corpse was an important clue to be able to tell the whole story of this incident. There aren't just one or two secrets related to her body, to the corpse. Personally, I didn't notice there was anything special. The corpse. Based on my investigation, let's present the evidence I gathered. Ja, ich weiß doch, wie das geht. Als ob ich dabei Probleme habe. Oh Junge, mich nervt das so, Alter. Ich muss auch wieder rülpsen. Ich hasse es. Ich denke mal, wir brauchen nicht... Ja, obwohl wir könnten beides brauchen. Ich weiß es nicht. What clues does Tamori's body have? I don't remember well. The knife was on her neck? Man konnte es irgendwie... Also the whole body was with blood all over. It was terrible. Tatsuki was vomiting for a while. He was dead. Is this relevant? Other than that, can't you think of something more essential? Ah, okay, wir brauchen Kurokawas Testimony. Und wir müssen das auf das schießen, was Akane sagt. Ah, so ging das. Ah, so ging das. Man musste da unten auf den Pfeil klicken. Oh, wie dumm, Alter. Du musst ja das Fadenkreuz durch den halben Bildschirm bewegen dafür. 120 Punkte? Ich dachte 100 ist das Maximum. Taiwa, wait a second. The weapon that stabbed Tomoe was not a simple knife. It was a kitchen knife. Huh? Kitchen knife? Right. It's clearly stated in the Monokuma file. The definitive cause of death is a cut through the esophagus caused by a knife. Right. Sorry, I can't remember well. But the kitchen knives are only in the kitchen. Is there any evidence the culprit bought it? There is. Because Kurokawa saw that the knife disappeared from the kitchen right after the incident. Right, Kurokawa? Wir warten. Yes. Too slow response. So the killer brought the kitchen knife out of the kitchen? I guess it disappeared from the kitchen. But that's a little weird. If the killer used the kitchen knife, there's a contradiction. What are you talking about? Oh wait, I think I know. Why is Taiwa talking like that? Obviously, at the time of the crime, Taiwa could have known that it was a contradiction that the killer took the kitchen knife from there. The reason is... Aua! Ich hab mir fast den Finger gebrochen. Holy shit, was war das denn? Alter, warum tut der so weh? Holy shit, ich drück doch nur hier auf ein paar Tasten. Taiwa, that contradiction is because you were in the kitchen at nighttime, right? Oh yes, right, that's it, Maeda-kun. What? But what does that mean? Mikao, didn't you say you weren't gonna meddle? I said I wouldn't help, but I didn't say I would not raise a question, asshole. Yikes! Taiwa told me. He was cooking in the kitchen at the end of nighttime. End of nighttime? Nighttime hat nicht mal begonnen, Alter. Cooking? Yeah. I'm sure because I remember that I accidentally splashed oil on my clothes and wiped them in the bathroom. Oh, that happened! Wait. If Taiwa was still in the kitchen at that point, how did the culprit take the knife from the kitchen without bumping into her? Also, that's not all that's weird. Taiwa said it was around nighttime, but Tomoe's death was at 9:30, written in the Monokuma file. Taiwa, I'm asking just in case. You're the last person in that area. Did you put all the knives in place before you left the kitchen? Yes. I used it when I was cooking myself, so I remember it for sure. Wait, what? When the knife was used in the crime, Taiwa, if you checked all the knives in the kitchen, it doesn't make sense. That's why it's called a contradiction. If you think about it, do you think it's not a kitchen knife then? No, there are only kitchen knives in the kitchen. No shit, Sherlock. The second floor was open and I've been searching all places ever since. But when everyone started investigating, didn't Kurokawa say that she saw the kitchen knife disappear? The knife used as a weapon. Kitchen. That's correct. Which one is it? Kinzo, don't you know? Sure, it's a contradiction. You don't even have to think about the ridiculous story of using another knife out of nowhere. Kinzo work hard. Now we are all finished. But there's only one way to solve this problem. Really? How? Very simple, in fact. Taiwa, you are lying right now. Was? Sie? What? No wait, why is it this way? Isn't it obvious? The Monokuma file doesn't lie. Then the time of death is sure to be 9:30. Also, the kitchen knife is only in the kitchen. Therefore, the order of events, the kitchen knife being taken from the kitchen killed Kizuna Tomoe, is established. These two facts can be proven with certainty. But what does Akane Taiwa mean? What proves that a woman was cooking in the kitchen? No, wait a minute. What are you trying to say? Taiwa, I'm in doubt. Were you together with someone? Yes or no? I was alone. I can't believe someone without witnesses. Anyone can use it as if it's just a talkative alibi. Oh no! Wait a minute. Why is the room like this all of a sudden? I was really in the kitchen, guys. But if Tyra's words are true, it would never make sense. Taiwa, did you lie? Why did you lie? Don't tell me. Taiwa is the culprit! Why am I the culprit? What reason is there for me to kill Kizuna-chan? There's nothing. I got it. She kept ignoring your persuasions and invitations. Did you bear a grudge? Funny, really? Kizuna-chan grunted a lot, but in the end she accepted us. The murder happened after that. I concede that you may not be the killer. Still, to say you were in the kitchen would be a lie. Why are you lying like that? No, it's not a lie. Taiwa, tell me honestly. I want to believe you that you are not the culprit. So then Taiwa is really lying to us? Boah, ich erschreck mich jedes Mal zu Tode, wenn das passiert, ne? Ich schrei zwar nicht, aber ich zucke mal richtig zusammen, Alter. Wait, I can't tolerate Akane being the culprit without corroboration. But I'm not trying to blame her. It doesn't make any sense if Taiwa's words are true. No, there's a case where Akane's words can be proven to be true enough. What? It seems you haven't realized since you don't. Let me show you. The fact that Akane never lied. Ah, Friendship. Warte, ich wechsle die Truth Bullets mit den Pfeiltasten. Was mache ich nochmal mit Shift? Pressing the Decision Key, okay. Okay. Und Shift. Okay, und Shift mache ich für Peak Angriff oder wie? Ich brauch keine Testimony. Hallo, achso. When Tomoe died, the knife was in the kitchen. And it's simple. As soon as they killed Tomoe, they put the knife back in the kitchen. The time of death is 9:30. You can't use the knife before that. There's no other explanation than this. Habe ich nicht eigentlich einen Skill, der dafür sorgt, dass ich alle Dinger mit einem Schlag weghau? No, there's still a contradiction. Did you forget? Tomoe's fatal injury was... Meaning it's hard to think that death was not instant. In other words, the time of Tomoe's death is almost consistent with the time of using the knife. You don't know that? In fact, even at such a time of death, Inoue said there were two individuals. Only the problem is solved. Okay, ich kann das nicht lesen. Muss ich das jetzt? Keine Ahnung, Alter. Ich weiß nicht mal, was die gesagt hat. Ich habe einfach nur gedrückt, Alter. Warum habe ich nur noch 4 Sterne? Was soll denn die Scheiße jetzt gerade? Ich dachte, die recovern sich nach jeder Runde. Hatano, I'm sorry, but there's a contradiction in that logic. What are you talking about? Isn't it possible to commit a crime while proving Taiwa's words? Hatano, you mean the killer is taking a knife out of the kitchen right after Taiwa leaves the kitchen to wash her clothes? And they went straight to the power room and put the knife back into Tomoe's body? Yeah, if you move quickly, it's quite possible in less than 3 minutes from the kitchen to the power room. Fast isn't the problem. Did you forget, Hatano? By the time nighttime began, you guys were putting off a fire in the power room. Oh. Hatano, Kindlo, Mikaru, Uehara, if 4 people are in the power room and walk in with an object that stands out like a kitchen knife, it cannot be missed or even hidden in plain sight. In other words, even if Taiwa secretly managed to pull the knife out of the kitchen, it's absolutely impossible to ever unnoticed to switch him and stab the knife in the body. I can't. Thanks for the explanation, Maeda. Thanks to you, it saved us trouble. Like Maeda said, Hatano, I understand that you're a close friend to Taiwa. Unfortunately, if Taiwa's words were true, there would be an absolute contradiction to appear in her testimony. Akane, speak up your mind. Did you lie? Can I say one more important detail in this? When the current body discovery announcement showed up, the four of us who put off the fire and the six in the student dormitory confirmed each other. So there is an alibi for us. But Akane Taiwa and Mikako Kurokawa, you two have no alibi. Well, this much has been proven thus far. Sie sagt nichts mehr. Taiwa really killed Tomoe? Sag doch was! No! I'm not the real killer! Taiwa? Really? The kitchen knife thing? I really don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. But I'm not really the culprit. I didn't kill Kizuna-chan. Akane, really? Can I trust you? But how do you explain it when you don't have an alibi? If you don't have it, it means that either Taiwa or Kurokawa are the culprit. You are the most potential suspect in every way. Is it so weird to cook alone and go to the bathroom? I just happen to be alone. Taiwa, tell the truth, and if you're not guilty, prove your innocence. Is Taiwa really the culprit? Certainly, even without an alibi, there is one or two places in doubt. Was Taiwa really with Tomoe? No, I can't just doubt it yet. Not until our riddles are solved. I have to think what's been missing in the entire premise thus far. Oh nein, oh nein, oh nein, oh nein. Irgendwie habe ich Angst. Ich will nicht sterben im Trial. Oh bitte, ich will nicht sterben. Julias Testimony, Burnt Fuse Line, Glass Shards, keine Ahnung, was ich brauche. Keine Ahnung. Julias Testimony ist das mit den Supplies. Wir werden sehen. Tyra ist die Chinese Culprit. Chinese. I am not! Akane doesn't have an alibi. Since when? Kawashikawa and I say 8:30 PM. That's what I think. And there's no alibi for about 1 hour and 30 minutes with witness missing. That'd be enough time to kill a person and for the fire. I did not! What was the fire for? There were a lot of confusing things at the scene. There were a lot of confusing lighters and flashlights, fuse lines, etc. If Taiwa doesn't have an alibi, she would be able to obtain them, wouldn't she? Ah, ich dachte Julias Testimony. Hallo? Hallo? Junge, jetzt verliere ich wieder einen Stern. Hallo, nimm doch. Junge, Junge! Junge! Das Ding bewegt sich immer automatisch, ihr seht das ja. Junge! Und dafür gibt es ja extra einen Skill von Maki. Junge, ich drücke einfach F, geht schneller. No, that's wrong. Boah, schnell machen, schnell machen. Wait, Kawashikawa, that's impossible. What? You mean about Taiwa procuring the tools used in the crime? Yes, Taiwa has no alibi for the time being. I can't deny that. Bringing the tools, however, there sure is one. Oh, that's a certain alibi. I wanna hear this. The reason I know this, it's because of the fact that somebody told me. Right, Otori? Huh? Otori knew it. The lighter and fuse disappeared since late night. Gone? From where? My guess would be the antique shop again. Otori mentioned that he went to the antique store every day. After Maki's incident, the antique store was filled with most of the items. Then after nighttime, on the second day, the things used in this case suddenly disappeared, as mentioned by Otori. Warte, wie viele Tage hatte das Chapter? Es gab Tag 1, wo wir investigated haben, dann hatten wir 2 Tage mit Freetime. Der zweite Tag mit... Warte mal, dann hatten wir 2 Tage mit... Nein, ich glaube, da hatten wir einen Tag mit... Ich weiß es tatsächlich nicht mehr, ich müsste nochmal eine Aufnahme nachsehen. Und das werde ich jetzt auch tun. Okay, warte mal. Es gab den Tag, in dem wir investigated haben. Dann gab es einen Tag mit Freetime. Das ist der zweite Tag. Dann gab es noch einen Tag. Das war der Tag, an dem wir das Motive bekommen haben. Und dann der Tag, an dem wir uns mit Tomomi vertragen hatten, beziehungsweise wo sie halt jetzt auch gestorben ist. Okay, in 4 Tage. Yo, der Killer war ja richtig prepared. Then after nighttime on the second day, the things used in this case suddenly disappeared as mentioned by Otori. Oh, that's it, that's right, I did check them. So, are you saying the killer took the tools late at night on the second day? That would be the case, unless Otori is lying. No, no lie, it's true. Ich habe den Typen ja früher mal so hart gehasst, dass ich wirklich die ganze Zeit gehofft habe, so, oh bitte lüg, bitte stirb, du Bastard. Ich habe den so gehasst, ich weiß nicht mal, warum ich ihn gehasst habe. Ich finde den inzwischen richtig cool mit seinem Akzent, ich liebe es auch, ihn zu lesen, ich glaube, man merkt das. Hey, the second day, Otori. It's almost 2 days ago. Why didn't you talk back then? Knowing what kind of scheme was made when Maki was. Oh, I'm sorry. At that time I wasn't able to figure out things properly. It could have been my own mind playing tricks, so I wasn't really sure about it. Well, if you're sure the tools were gone then, the killer took the tools in the middle of the night on the second day. That is what happened so far, if I understand this correctly. Where else why does that become Taiwa's alibi? When Tori's testimony becomes Taiwa's alibi, it's because Taiwa can't go to the antique store on that night. Right, Yuehara probably doesn't know about the 3 who weren't with Kinzo, and only the West knows. Hoppla, falscher Knopf. So we know Taiwa can't go to the antique store at night. The reason is... Taiwa was scared at night. Why Taiwa couldn't bring the tools at night? That is because of the nighttime rule, of course. Nighttime rule? Wait, what? If it's nighttime rule, that's what Kinzo decided, right? To not come out of our rooms late at night after 10. When did you decide that? Mikao and Yuehara have no choice but to know. What the fuck ist das für ein Satz? Mikao and Yuehara have no way to know, because the group decided when you were not there. Oh wait, that's it! They don't come out of their room at night! This means that all of the West, meaning Mikao and Yuehara, who were on their own, could have come out after nighttime. Yes, in other words, Taiwa was also in a time frame alibi for late nighttime. Yeah, I never came out of my room at night. Wait a minute, there's no alibi at all! Huh? That late nighttime rule isn't a rule set by Monokuma, isn't it? So what makes you think it's a genuine rule? You don't get killed from breaking it and no evidence if you did, correct? That's... I'm sorry, but I think the same thing. Even though Taiwa followed the rules faithfully, it's no different from before without evidence. Does that mean... No, with that rule, Taiwa's alibi could be enough. Kinzo-kun... Oh, what is it now? Until now, you've been pushing Akane Taiwa, but you're defense this time. Don't tell me you're defending your own rules now, because that's a self-made rule. Surely not. I know the laxity this rule has. It's lax? Of course. As Mikao said, it wasn't a formal rule, and it was decided by yourself, so there's no problem with breaking it. But to break it? Isn't it actually helping a culprit? Oh no, Kinzo! Did you suggest such a thing even though you knew this would happen? Sorry, I kept this a secret from you guys. Actually, I did some work on your private rooms. Work? Indeed. Every late night I put a thin thread on the door of your private rooms. Thread? What does that mean then? In fact, it is pasted so that it passes between the wall connecting the door and the door frame. If you do this, the tape will break. When the door is open, then the thread will break as well. So if the thread was broken, it would sound like someone has opened the door. Now I've been watching late at night every day this way. As each nighttime starts, I put a new thread on. I got up earlier than anyone else in the morning to check if any of the threads were cut. Yo, früher als jeder, Alter. Erinnert ihr euch an den einen Tag, wo Ayame und Akane um 6 oder so aufgestanden sind? Mr. Frühaufsteher, Alter. So I can guarantee you, Taiwa has never been out of the room in a single night past 10 PM. Huh? Did you do that? Was? Then you know who exactly left the room on the night the tools were gone? No, unfortunately, I didn't find that out. What do you mean you couldn't figure it out? You mean you couldn't confirm that the thread was broken? No, it's because no one has broken the thread. What? That means... You mean no one left the room late at night, the second day? Oh, Mekabo und Yuehara, ihr beiden seid gerade sehr suspicious. To be precise, the rest except Mekabo, Yuehara and Tomoe, because those three were an exception. Then that means that it was one of the three that was able to use the tools at the time. However, Tomoe is already dead, so either Mekabo and Yuehara are the culprit. Don't make such rash judgments. I swear, I didn't commit a murder. Ah ja, wenn der Christ schwört, dann, wenn der Priester schwört, dann ist es nix, ne? Dann, der war's nicht. Okay, gut. Let it go, let it go, let it swallow off and go. Ich glaube, so geht das Lied nicht, aber egal. Now wait a minute, Kindlo. What does it mean for us to have a thread on the door as a secret? What do you mean? I explained it was a device to check if you were out of the room. Not like that. It's as if you couldn't trust us at all. I mean, you were spying on us without saying a word? Taiwa is right, Kindlo. You don't believe in us, do you? It is not my reality to believe or not believe. This is just my nature, my own personality. I'm basically always suspicious of everyone other than me. Why is that your nature? What if the expressions of disapproval? I proved Taiwa's alibi thanks to the thread on the door, right? Reasoning itself, it's impossible, unless you're basically suspicious of others. Kindlo, can you really... Stop it! Why do you keep trying to fight? This isn't the time right now. Why we're doing this, Atano's leg? Everyone, calm down. Even if you leave my legs, how many times is this gonna repeat already? It's not too late to cover up disputes even after the trial is over. Let's focus on the case, please. Okay, so, is it just me and the priest who eventually took the tools? For now, I think so. But isn't that funny? You guys, all the other kids are suspicious, but Tsurugi Kindlo is not at all. What? I'll say this again. No matter how much you claim Akane Taiwa was in the kitchen, it's useless without evidence. What do you prove, Tsurugi Kindlo? That a guy attaches a thread to a door? Where's the evidence that confirms your actions? Kindlo? If you think he's the culprit, in all situations he can sleep at will. Why is Tsurugi Kindlo not suspicious then? Do you think I'm the culprit now? Well, I'm just talking about possibilities. But you know there's no evidence in your words, do you? If that's the case, there's no evidence for Otori's testimony, right? The only one who checked those items was Otori, even though it was gone on the second day. We have no way to check it. What in blazes, you can't believe me now? One moment, if Kindlo's or Otori's words are false, isn't Taiwa's alibi also false? Wait, what? I'm telling the truth here! Everyone is in disarray. It's like they're trying to look for reasons to distrust each other, even more than in Maki's trial. Has our trust started to break? I don't want this outcome. I'm powerless on my own. Jetzt kommt wahrscheinlich Kurokawa. Let's fucking go, Kurokawa! Woo! Enough. Considering the true or falsehood of the testimony will change nothing. I believe the testimony that has already been pointed is already a testimony worth to considering. I like to approach this from the other side of the case. Yo, die kann ganze Sätze sprechen! Yo! Kurokawa, I think this is the first time I came here that you've said this long a speech. Kurokawa is right, you guys. Now, don't mind the trivial things. A lot of time has already passed. Focus on the idea of finding the culprit. As soon as you finish, will it be daybreak till then? Am I already half asleep right now? You shut up! Er tut's wirklich. Yes, it seems that we were so enthusiastic about the killer being liars. As Kurokawa said, let's turn around halfway back and move on. Okay, I think that would be good, because I also want to avoid making Discord with you guys. Do whatever you want. To go around halfway, you mean talking about the identity of the criminal? Are you going to put things aside for a while? Either way, whether Taiwa lied or not, we don't have the evidence, no matter who is right or not. Let's first solve another mystery. Okay, that's fine too. The more urgent it is, the more necessary it is to go back to. But even if we go back, what do we do first? Basically the same as before. Do you guys recall? The most important thing in this case is the dead body. But aside who the culprit is, tell me what doubts you have about it. Then the path towards the outline of the culprit will look more natural. Ich muss mal ganz kurz Mr. Handy sein, sorry. The body. Tomoi's body was the most important clue. Let's recall in my memory how Tomoi's body looked. Okay, was kommt jetzt? Ja, der Körper hatte 2 Wunden. Stomach Wound höchstwahrscheinlich. How Tomori was killed, let's think about it! I thought of that before, but first of all, it's a knife, right? Yes, the Monokuma file clearly points that out. Oh, he was dead in the Switchium? Why did he go to such a place? It's not even light. It is possible the killer moved it. Oh, war das vielleicht? Anyhow, Tomori in some way went to the switch room. Lass mich schießen. Ich habe das jetzt nicht gelesen, sorry, das hätte ich sonst nicht mehr geschafft. Und ich habe keinen Bock wieder einen Stern zu verlieren. Also kriegt er auch mal irgendwie Punktabzug. Yes, 120. Ist anscheinend das neue Maximum. Prozent heißt auch nicht von 100, sondern von 120, ne? Wisst ihr ja alle. Oh, sorry, that's not it. Remember? Tomori's cause of death was obviously the neck wound. There was another wound. There was another one? Stomach wound, that's right. Right, that's the important point. Moment, oh, juckt auch schon wieder, Alter. Ich nehme den Kopfhörer mal eben raus. The stomach was stabbed? Why is that important? The killer just stabbed her twice, right? In general it is. But think about it. The cause of the neck wound in this case, for some reason... But think about it. The cause of death is the neck wound in this case. For some reason you stabbed the victim in the stomach and the neck later. If you were going to kill on the neck from the start, why did you want to stab at the stomach first? The stomach was hit cleanly, but the fatal wound was missed. However, she was killed in the end. Is there something amiss? That's so cool. You can probably see it like that. Looking at the case as a whole, it takes something to put into notice. What? What do you mean by something to notice? Perhaps the fire has something to do with it. Oh, ich muss in den Kopfhörer reinstecken. Fire, that's right. It turned out that there was a fire in the switching room. Yeah, it's also important. You guys, don't you think that the fire happened unnaturally? That's true. If you see a fuse on the wall and even a lighter on the floor, you could see it right away. So are you saying that the killer started the fire for some reason? Is there any reason to do that? This is also a question that doesn't really matter. Is the power room okay? I'm sure the switch room is a really important place, so I heard it's a big deal if it gets damaged. Well, it's a really big place. It's cool. Of course a fire was there. Fortunately we lived, because the fuse line was laid to burn only the walls. But... oh, I was supposed to not speak, right? What did you say just now? It was laid to only burn the wall? Oh, it was kinda puzzling after all. There was such a big fire, but Tomori's body didn't burn at all. Only the wall before touching the machines or the body. Was there something on the walls? It's a wall, what else was there? Das Fenster! The wall, if there's something on the wall. Ja, komm Alter, das lese ich auch gar nicht. Brauche ich gar nicht zu lesen, Alter. Ich bin mir zu 100% sicher. Das Fenster, Junge. Ja, das Fenster! What was in the wall of the switching room? There's only one thing, the glass window. Glass window? That big glass window? Wasn't it broken by the time we arrived? Well, it turns out that... it turns out that when Kinzo and the others brought a fire extinguisher to put out the fire, didn't they say they hear something? Cracking or breaking inside? That's right. At that time, I thought it was the sound of something in the switchroom, of someone in the switchroom breaking the window and going outside. I asked you Howard to check the entrance of the power room. In the end, no one was seen. Wait a minute. If the only thing on the wall of the switchroom room is a glass window, the culprit's purpose was to burn the window? Well, I think I heard this somewhere. When the glass is heated, it becomes fragile. When the killer set fire to the switchroom after killing Tomori and broke the fragile glass window while everyone put out the fire and take advantage of this to escape. Wait, isn't that weird? If that's the case, all you have to do is heat up the window and break it. There's no reason to do a big job by setting the whole wall on fire for no reason, right? It's possible it was used as a smoke screen. Actually, Howard tried to check the entrance, but didn't he say he couldn't see anything because of the smoke? Well, it's too complicated. Anywho, doesn't that mean someone was inside the switch room right before we got in? Then me and Kindle were gathered at that point. Yohawa Mikaru has a definite alibi, right? No. You guys are making a big mistake right now. Huh? What do you mean? Think more carefully. Then in your thoughts you can spot the contradictions. Oh nein, oh nein, oh nein, oh nein. Davor habe ich jetzt irgendwie ein bisschen Angst. Muss ich tatsächlich sagen. Ich weiß, worauf er hinaus will. Oh, Glass Shots, Dying Message, Secret Note. We are mistaken, what do you mean? We organized what you guys said. First, you go into the switch room. Surely the fuse and lighter were used. The reason the killer used those is because there was a purpose for setting a fire. By the way, the fuse was only surrounded by the wall, right? That would have burned the walls. On the walls, in addition to the windows, there was no special items in there, the burned fuse line. Meaning the culprit broke the window and smoke started to spread! Did you check that, Inoue? Glass windows are fragile when heated. Yes, in molecular state, changes and cracks occur. Was ist immer noch so desperate, Arcana. It was so fragile. The killer was prying the glass in order to escape. It's impossible to accomplish. It looks like we are mistaken. Was ist gewollt? Was ist gewollt? Ich weiß wirklich nicht, was gewollt ist. Also entweder muss ich auf das schließen, was Kakaru sagt. Und das war's nicht. Gut, ich will eigentlich nicht sterben. Dann kann es ja eigentlich nur Glass Shards auf das, was Inoue sagt, sein. Okay. Thank God, Alter. Ich wüsste nicht, was ich getan hätte, wenn das jetzt auch falsch gewesen wäre. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what? As Kindle said, I think we are mistaken for one thing. It's what Inoue said right now. The broken glass, that's what I mean. What are you talking about? We know for sure the glass window is broken, aren't you? Yeah, the glass window is broken, but it wasn't broken by anyone. It wasn't broken by anyone? Did the window break on its own? That's a bit ridiculous, but I guess it's not a wild fantasy. No, Maeda made a very precise point. As Maeda mentioned, the window was broken alone without anyone touching it. Wait, really? Is it possible? Like Inoue said, the glass is weak to heat. Of course it can withstand a certain degree, but if it is heated directly, or if the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is severe, the weakness becomes more prominent. Das ist ja auch so, wenn man sein Auto, wenn man da irgendwie kochendes Wasser drauf tut, wenn das vereist ist, dann hilft das ja auch nicht, sondern das Glas bricht einfach. Guys, do you remember the structure of the switching room? It was a completely enclosed space except for the entrance, right? In fact, even when the fire broke out, I couldn't feel any heat outside. Yeah, Kindle's words are correct, but still, isn't it too much for a glass to break just by thermal change without any external force? Of course, the conditions are just right. Not impossible, but I don't know what you're saying. Right, as Naomi mentions, the logic is a bit far-fetched. But what if the conditions are met? Huh? I don't know if anyone noticed it because it wasn't a part that was noticeable at the scene of the incident and because the switchium itself was dark and probably no one was interested in it, but Junge, ja, wir verstehen's, okay. The glass window of the switchium was very tight. That's it. The heat alone was left with enough time to break by itself. Kindle's words would make sense. Hey, it's an interesting reasoning, but what's the basis of it? That it was only possible that the glass could break on its own by hearing this? You didn't thought this without thinking, right? Of course not, because Kindle's remarks have an adequate basis. Isn't that right, Kindle? Right, did you also notice it, Maeda? Yeah, actually I was also guessing when I said that the window wasn't broken by someone. The exact reason the glass broken on its own, it's probably because of the glass shards, right, Kindle? The shards? Correct. Please don't tell me I'm the only one in the world that doesn't get this until you give me a proper explanation. At first, I only knew that the killer would make use of the window in some way to escape without fail. But Kindle said during the investigation... Then please do. We need to investigate the window more. Oh, Kindle, 1 second. Can I ask one more thing? I just heard the whole situation from you. But I still don't get what's weird about the glass shards from the window. To simply put it, it's neatly broken. Fragezeichen. Was hat mir denn jetzt wieder alles geschrieben? Also schwer 2 Nachrichten. The glass was neatly broken. What does that mean, you ask? In other words, it means if you broke it with human strength, it wouldn't break like this. Genau, it would break. Human power. It's neatly broken. I don't understand that. I see. What you mean is the broken shape. When I listen to Maeda and think again, it really feels like that. Yeah, if someone breaks the window with a hand or a blunt object, it'll crack and break like a spider web. If you ever experienced it at least once, you accidentally broke glass or the shape of a broken glass? Oh, definitely. It looks like it was broken until a very complex shape like cobwebs. But how was the glass window of the switch here? It's like a broken shape, as if part of the window somehow got neatly removed. No matter how you look, don't you think it was broken by an unnatural way? It certainly looks that way. There seems to be no contradictions in Kindle's words. Funny, isn't it? Mekabu, you must have known this much. I'd like you to stop trying to test me. Don't think of the class file as a joke, Mekabu. Oh my, thanks for the advice. I'm just worried that one day you'll become as lost as these friends of yours. Kindle, don't mind Mekabu, keep going. Actually, they just finished explaining. Wait a minute. If Kindle's words are true, then when the fire broke out, doesn't it mean that nobody was inside the switchium? Oh, so that's what he meant. Wouldn't that be very likely? If someone was inside and were trying to escape, it would be quicker to break the glass remotely, instead of waiting to be heated in order to break itself. Yes, besides, Ihre at that time opened the entrance to the power room and guarded it. No matter how thick the smoke was, if someone tried to leave, they would have been caught. At that time we all thought we hadn't seen them, because we all knew someone broke the glass. But in reality, no one was inside the switchium. And thus, the killer deliberately heats the glass and breaks itself. And for the reason of making us think someone inside the switchium broke the glass and escaped. Okay, that's it, right? Then... in the end, everyone's alibi no longer holds. Is that the conclusion? Eh? Think about it. If there was no one inside the switchium, the killer was ready to start a fire in advance. He could mix in us at any time. If that is the case, aren't you saying that it's possible for everyone to start a fire, including Kindle and the group who went out to put the fire out when The window was broken and the rest of us in the dormitory side. Nani? Haha, wie süß. Oh, you mean we don't have an alibi either? Yamaguchi is right. Anyone can commit a crime by reasoning from the information provided thus far. Hold on. Isn't that establishment under the premise that the person who caused the fire is the culprit? It hasn't been clear yet, but it seems too hasty. There's no reason for a person who's not the culprit to set out a fire. I'm not crazy enough. Even so, in the beginning, the timing of this incident, Tomori's death occurred at 9:30 PM. Was anyone close by during that time? I mentioned this earlier, but I was cooking alone. I was looking around the warehouse for things to help with the treatments. It was useful for Atano's first aid. I was just lying in my own bed. You mean everyone was alone? There does not seem to be anyone near the time of the crime. The only way we could see each other was to find out where each other was, or where the alibis were lost, with the exception of Mekawa, Yuehawa and Kurokawa. Well, then we are back to where we started. Silence. Wie viele Nachrichten habe ich? Eine. There was no evidence that everyone has an alibi or to deduce the culprit. That's why... You mean there's no one in doubt? No suspects? But then who was it? Tyra, except you! What? What? Isn't this déjà vu again? You know, maybe we're in an infinite loop now? Stop doubting Akane! Didn't the talk about her testimony finish before? No, it wasn't over. It's just that it was put on hold because there was too much uncertain information. Nothing resolved about why she lied. No, I didn't lie. Wait, it's not Tyra. As the testimonies of Kindler and Otori proved it, right? Yeah, that's right. Wherever the culprit is, you have to prepare a fuse and a lighter to start a fire. Wasn't it mentioned that Tyra didn't come out of her room in the middle of the night when we went to our private rooms? I'm uncertain about that. Frankly, I'm suspicious of each of them. They were put on hold. Ich dachte, du bist hier Christ, Motherfucker, und es ist eine Sünde, suspicious auf jeden zu sein. Hast du das nicht gesagt in Chapter 1, nachdem wir unsere Modus bekommen haben? Shouldn't we use the information we have, even if it is uncertain information? Unless there is an objection to definitely deny it. I apologize, I'm really sorry. Even if there's an alibi for bringing the tools, but let's keep it in mind. It was lie, however. To be honest, it's the same with me. If she's not the killer, why did she make such a suspicious remark? Hey, I told you I might have been mistaken! Well, either way, Tyra wouldn't be able to get the tools. She can't be the killer. Enough of this meaningless argument. You are really just stupid. What now? Do you think we're stupid? Is it so stuffy that you can't see it? Want me to share some insight? What the? At the start of the class trial you said you wouldn't help! Oh, did I? Then I won't meddle. Do it yourself. No, that isn't... Ugh! Listen first, Nakao might know something, you know? I'll tell you one thing for those who write no and paar. Is that there's a method for the criminal to get the tools without using their hands. Say it then! The most representative example is an accomplice. You suspected that there could have been an accomplice in the last class trial, right? Macau, isn't it less likely that we have one in this case? We were informed that the killer person who escaped this place would be the killer. Ich glaube, ich bin da ein bisschen in der Zeile verrutscht gerade. Moreover, even if there is an accomplice, it's impossible for them to bring the tools. According to Kinzo, in the middle of the night, the day the tool disappeared, not only Tyra, but also because neither of us left our private rooms. Except for the three who didn't act with us. Then it's gotta be Yuehawa or Mekawa, the ones who helped Tyra. Why are you already making the confirmed decided? It's not me! Okay, surely Mekawa and me were able to roam around without any restrictions that day, but I haven't shown up to the antique shop until now. You don't even have to doubt me or Yuehawa. You don't even have to doubt me or Kinji Yuehawa, the person who bought the items from the antique shop. Can't you see it? Based on the testimonies from Kinjo and Otori, There were only 3 people who were free to move around at night during that day. Mikao was saying that the accomplice is obviously visible. Surely it can't be that person, right? Mikao, the person who brought the tools. You mean it was Tomoe? Huh? It was Tomoe? That's right. If you have an accomplice, Tomoe Kizuna shows up. You can't see anyone else, can you? By the way, I'm so ashamed that the incompetent had to answer this. Wait a minute. Tomoe's the victim though. Why is she an accomplice? I'm not sure exactly. But the only ones to bring the tools are Mikao, Uehara and her. She was a victim, so I wondered if there would be a contact with the criminal at some point. Incompetent. This is a common pattern, is it not? Story of a criminal tricking someone into a crime. Speaking of which, the criminal took advantage of the accomplice in the end. Wait a minute, Kindlo! Kindlo can already bring the tools at night time. There's no way to prove that Kindlo was out of his room or not. Didn't her time run out while talking about that? Believe or not to believe. You're free to believe. Now I think it's wise to follow more clear information than uncertain leads. Yeah, if you are with Tomoe, you can definitely bring the tools. So what happened? For some reason, Tomoe did something funny. The killer himself maintained an alibi that Tomoe delivered the tools to the killer in the late night hours? Now wait a second, but Kizuna-chan didn't change her mind? There has to be a reason to decide to help the killer. You said she was an accomplice, but she can't actually get on the level of an accomplice. What the accomplice did was just deliver the tools. I need this thing, please bring these for me. It's not enough excuse. What about it? Sarah's the culprit. There's nothing strange about that, right? No! That is not... Tyra, I'm sorry. I hate to doubt you. But no matter how much I look, there's only you. You too. Everybody, this is too much! Why are you all so anxious to turn me into a bloody killer? You don't even have an alibi. The only difference between you and me is that I made a mistake once. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You just got an appropriate stick. So you're hunting witches? You villains! Apologies, but it's a situation that doesn't seem to be as bad as it is right now. I'm the culprit only because there's no certainty at all! Tyra's the culprit, ist that really? Ich muss mal ganz kurz was trinken, Alter. Ich bin aber froh, dass mit dem Lesen wieder einigermaßen klappt, aber wir sind überhaupt an diesen Punkt gekommen. Warum hatten wir überhaupt gesagt, nachdem wir das mit dem Feuer geklärt hatten, dass es niemanden gibt, der der Culprit sein kann? Ja, keiner ein Alibi hat, stimmt. Aber sie ist ja immer noch um 9:30 Uhr getötet worden. Ja, egal, der Plot muss halt progressen, deswegen hat man das als Ausrede genommen, um das Spotlight wieder auf Akane zu lenken. Tyra's the culprit, is that really it? As Tyra said, there's only one thing everyone is suspicious of her right now. She's a witch hunt. There's no solid evidence. Think about it. Oh nein. Flash Anagram? Nein, das ist Hangman's Gambit. Oh fuck. Ja gut, ich muss ganz kurz das Internet konsultieren, weil ich kein Koreanisch kann. Okay, ich hab's nebenbei auf dem anderen Bildschirm offen. Beziehungsweise ich sehe den letzten Buchstaben nicht. Scheiße. Oh nee, Alter. Ja, egal. Moment mal. Wir haben einmal das hier. Hallo? Wie wär's, wenn du es nimmst? Hier? Hallo? Hallo? Was muss ich denn drücken? Shift? Ne. Hä? Das war schon beim letzten Mal so komisch, aber eigentlich so einfach hinter und dann war's das, hä? Da geht doch, Alter. So, als nächstes kommt das Ding hier. Nimm doch meinen Input, Alter. Keine Ahnung, was das letzte Zeichen ist, Alter. Ich warte einfach mal. Nö, falsch, neu machen. Ne, das war tatsächlich nicht falsch. Moment mal. Ich könnte theoretisch einfach in das YouTube-Video klicken. Hey! Guck mal, das war's. Guck mal. Mal eben YouTube wegmachen. So. Come to think of it, there is a clue about the culprit's identity. Oh? A clue to the killer's identity? Is that true? If you knew that, why did you mention this now? Sorry, I just remembered. And even though it's a clue to the killer, I don't know who it's pointing to. You don't even know who it's pointing to? And how do you know it's a clue to the killer? Maida, what you're referring to is the dying message. Is that correct? Right. Some may not have seen it, but next to Tomori's body there were some letters written in blood. A dying message, is it? A dying message, is it? Something like a cryptogram that points to the killer before they die? Yeah, everyone, take a look at this. Get a load at this. This is the dying message, presumed to have been written by Tomori. No, I muss mal Mom orkatzen. Hey, this is it? I've seen this blood spot too. I just thought the blood splattered in a strange shape. It actually looks like that. But if there's any meaning in these letters. This is a clue to the culprit, right? I think it's a good idea to decipher the dying message, rather than being suspicious of Akane while catching a fuss over it. But what does it say? Do we have any letters? X. Oh Gott, Junge, meine Augen. Oh Gott, warum sehe ich nichts mehr? Ah, ich sehe wieder was. Okay, gut. X. 4X. I don't know what this means at all. I think Kindle Macau may know. Isn't this a professional job? Basically, the dying message refers to the culprit more directly than you think. Because just before she dies, the victim cannot afford to waste their time thinking. In other words, if you think a little, it has various meanings that will need to be solved. Don't think very hard, just change your perspective a little. 4x. Does that number have any meaning? Actually, doesn't it seem like the last x is a little big? It seems to have a different meaning from the first three. What is x? Meaning of x? You guys are really stupid. What? Does that mean you understood the meaning of this dying message? Of course not. There's nothing to understand. This is not a password. It literally points to the killer. What? That was it. What do you mean, literally? Well, first of all, if you don't know, even after telling you this, I'd rather be executed and die. No way, wherever you look, it only reads X. Katakana. Huh? Katakana. Word. Think about it. Katakana is... Wait, katakana? Obviously this dying message looks like the letter X at first glance. It's because there's a lot of blood. From a different perspective, it really looks like katakana. A letter that reads like an X in katakana. Me. The most familiar one I can see. No, there are many other things that you can think other than that. In fact, Japanese can be read differently enough, even if it is written a little skewed. It's not strange for a person on the verge of dying writes with their own blood, but it would be weird if they would write straight. Then what were they trying to draw in the end? The middle X and the third X, the alphabet X, have long vertical strokes. If X is tilted, it becomes where the vertical stroke is long. If it's long, 2I? I don't know, man. I'm getting a headache. No way. What this word means is when I think of as katakana, the first X is almost similar to me. I'll give you one more hint. The third X has a symbol that seems to hiding, see? It seems I can't see anything like that. Look closely. It's buried in the big X next to it. It's hard to see it. Because there's a drop of blood in the exact location. I don't know if you say so. Allow me to raise a question to you. Kindlo, your reaction seems to be the reaction after knowing the correct answer. At one point, after listening to Mekawa and Kurokawa's words, I came to realize it. It seems like there are some other people who solved it besides me. The identity of the dying message. If you think of it as katakana, the first letter is me. The last one has its hidden symbol. The second and third are letters with long vertical strokes. Candidates are I and 2. When I think about these combinations, I think I can see the answer for sure. Should I believe this answer? No. I have no choice but to accept the result. I have to. I have to do it. The person the dying message points to. The person's identity. I have to admit it. Ich kann kein Koreanisch. Ich bin ehrlich mit euch. Und der einzige Grund, warum ich darauf gekommen bin, ist der, dass ich an irgendeinem Punkt im Class Trial nicht weiterkam, mir ein YouTube-Video angesehen hatte und zu weit vorgespult hatte und mir dadurch der Killer gespoilt ist, was übrigens so oft auch in den Main Games passiert ist, Alter, mit Celeste, der erste Killer aus Danganronpa wie Freue. Das ist so oft passiert, Alter. Anyway. The meaning of the dying message, as Kurokawa mentioned, this was a text that could be read as it was in katakana. However, it just looks like the letter X, because it's a little bloated. Maeda, you know the meaning of the dying message? Well, Kurokawa, Mikao and Kinjo's hints head on. Alex, Junge, ich sitze so unbequem, Alter, mein Stuhl ist so unbequem. Junge, ich merke das jetzt, wo ich YouTube mache, ne? Ich hab mich gar nicht gejuckt, aber irgendwie, ich merke das jetzt so. Hints head on. I'll explain to you guys from now on. First of all, the first letter, as everyone guessed, is me. This was easy to understand, and even if you look at it, you can confuse it a little. With an X, right? It was the second letter. It's probably I. Yeah. If you use the vertical stroke a little longer, it overlaps the horizontal stroke. It has a similar shape to me. And the third letter. It's pretty hard to recognize, but I was able to guess based on Kinto's voiceless remarks and the first 2 letters. Maybe this one was supposed to be do. This one is close to I. If you write a longer horizontal stroke, it will have the same shape as X. Ich muss aufhören X zu sagen, es ist X im Englischen. I'm still uncertain what the last big X means, but once you look at it this far, it's true that one word comes to mind. Junge, warum bin ich denn wieder mich so am Verhaspeln, Alter? Mate. Ultimate Mate Student. Akane Chaiwa. Oh, wir haben die Pause erreicht. Geil. Oh, dann will ich nochmal aufs Klo gehen. Macht zwar keinen Unterschied, aber egal. Und speichern will ich auch mal. Bis gleich. So, wie wir wissen, zweite Hälfte ist ja meistens kürzer als die erste. Ich würde mal ganz kurz schauen, welche Truth Bullets wir noch haben. Dann die Burnt Marks. Ich glaube mal, das wird nicht mehr wichtig. Das auch nicht, das auch nicht. Das wahrscheinlich auch nicht. Das Bild, Alter. Ach, keine Ahnung. Keine Ahnung. Ich weiß nicht, worüber wir noch reden werden. Habe ich gespeichert? Ich habe gespeichert, oder? Boah, ich bringe mich um, wenn ich nicht gespeichert habe, Alter. Weil für den Fall, dass ich sterbe, habe ich nämlich noch vor, dass ich das Class Trial nochmal nachspiele, damit ich Monokuma Coins kriege. Also, das heißt für mich nicht sterben. Taiwa, among us, the word mate refers to... Oh, wait, I can't think of anyone but you. Akane! It's really her! You killed Tomoe? No, wait a minute, there must be a misunderstanding. I mean something like this. This is too much. Please wait a minute, everyone. I have nothing. I didn't do nothing. The dying message was written by a person. The Lord does not lie. As long as the dying message refers to the word mate, it has already been revealed. Was it a lie at the beginning of the trial to cover up her crime? No! Taiwa, tell me with your own words. Are you really the culprit? Me? I'm not the killer! Akane. Why am I the culprit? The dying message may say the word mate, but there's a big X next to it. You guys have only interpreted the mate and didn't interpret the X after that. That X could literally be an X. Doesn't that mean negative? In other words, it means not the mate, so I'm not the culprit. Peak Dying Message einfach. Sag mir nicht, wer sie umgebracht hat, sag mir, wer sie nicht umgebracht hat, Alter. I don't know yet if what Ty was said is true, but certainly, as she said, we haven't fully decoded the dying message yet. Okay, the X at the end. Well, if you simply look at it, it really looks like it says not the mate, but if the dying message means not the mate, as Taiwa says, I would rather be more suspicious of Taiwa. Huh? Why? Don't you think so? Who is the killer? I don't recall seeing messages saying who is not the killer. It seems illogical to write something like that. Ach so, ich wusste nicht, dass er den Satz noch fortführt. Deswegen habe ich ihn selbst beendet, weil ich dachte, dass er wieder... It is illogical to write an innocent one in blood by their own victim. Well, you would think it's not the mate to take yourself off the suspect list. Wenn sie das getan hätte, dann hätte sie die Dying Message auch komplett wegmachen können. Also wenn Akane da irgendwie das X hinten dran gemacht hätte, hätte sie das X doch auch komplett wegmachen können. Hey, doesn't that mean the culprit themselves wrote the Dying Message? Ah, so ist es gemeint. Ach du Scheiße, was? That's right. There's no law saying that dying messages are all true. They can show up in many ways. For example, the killer manipulates the dying message to lead an advantage in a trial. Ja, dann ist es aber sehr dumm gewesen von Akane, weil sie hätte einfach sagen können, yo, es ist Kakaru. Yeah, mate X as it is. And the only one who could benefit from writing that is not a mate would be the mate herself, Taiwa. Whether the implication of the dying message is this or that, there's no way to avoid the word mate. Akane, you really are. Is Taiwa really the culprit? Can we conclude the case like this? What is this feeling? Is it my heart screaming? I feel like all of this, it feels so contradictory. Is it okay to end up with Taiwa being the culprit? Can I vote now? It will be painful to do any more. It'll just be, I just want to end this quickly. Wait. Kurokawa? Obviously, it's true that Taiwa was suspicious. Clearly, the way she acted seems questionable. However, there's a problem yet to be solved. An unsolved problem? Was meint sie? As Kurokawa said, it's too soon to end like this. There must be a cause for this unpleasant feeling. Yeah, secret it hasn't been solved yet. Oh nee, was kommt jetzt, Alter? Ich hab keine Ahnung, welche Bullet ich jetzt brauche. Aha, the third flashlight. An unsolved problem. I do not know. Well, what's the point? The dying message is also over. What else is there? The secret of the window is over. The procurement problem has also been solved. Wait a minute. Is there anything left remaining as Kurokawa says? Only for murder, you're thinking. Don't you think about cases other than murder? Was muss ich darauf schließen? Something other than murder? What problem is more important than murder? Entweder the third flashlight oder dieses, hier, dieses Motive. Das Motive, was wir gefunden hatten. Because Wells has a clue hidden in them. Certainly so far, I've been confused about the dying message and the crime situation. I've been watching to see the real important fact we might have missed. You've so found the case, what we are missing. Keine Ahnung. Eins von beidem. Junge, lass mich doch... Hä? Okay, dann ist es das andere Teil. Obwohl, the broken flashlight, fat flashlight. Thanos' injury, piece of bloody cloth. Und das ist das. Wie falsch. And this is the broken flashlight? Ja, aber... Man macht mich das gerade sauer, Junge. Bitte was? Bitte was? Ja gut, Leute, ich starte das Spiel mal eben neu, weil ich habe ehrlich gesagt keinen Bock, Game Over zu gehen. Mir ist gerade eingefallen, was Kurokawa meint und ich finde das gerade ein bisschen lächerlich. Weil ich habe gedacht, es geht entweder um die Taschenlampe oder um das Piece of Bloody Cloth. Aber nein, es ist genau das, wo ich von Anfang an gesagt habe, dass ich denke, das ist das nicht. Ich habe ein kleines Problem. Die Aufnahme war gerade auf Pause und ich weiß nicht, was das letzte ist, was passiert ist. Was ihr zuletzt gesehen habt. Ich habe anscheinend an irgendeinem Punkt vergessen, Pause zu drücken und dann später Pause gedrückt. Ich gehe einfach mal davon aus, als wärt ihr auf dem Stand von dem Cut, wo ich Game Over ging. Wenn da irgendwas anderes drin war, schneide ich es raus. Anyways, it's Hatanos Injury. Es ist mir eingefallen, weil sie sagt ja noch, only for murder you're thinking. So nach dem Motto, yo, ihr denkt nur an Mord. Also eigentlich, ne? Eigentlich ist es ja logisch, dass es dann um eine andere Verletzung geht. Hallo. Okay, ja. Wenn ich das jetzt unmotiviert lesen sollte, ich habe es gerade eben schon alles gelesen, bis zu einem gewissen Punkt. Yeah, that's right, that's it! Did you find something, Maeda? Guys, I think it's still a little bit early to call Taiwa the culprit. What? What do you mean? You're the one that said the dying message that the web made. About that, I still can't conclude for sure. Thanks to Kurokawa, I could think of something actually. Right after the incident, you all remember Hatano's injury? Of course, now the trial is coming to an end and Hatano's condition is worsening. Get that in order, okay? How was Hatano injured? Everyone, think about it. Why did she get hurt? You saw it. She was hurt by a wire trap in the leg. Think about it. Who installed the wire trap? When does this come into place? I mean, the killer must have installed it. That's it. In other words, your opinion is that the suspected killer, meaning Taiwa, installed the wire trap, right? No, wait a second. I've never installed anything like that. Why would I aim for a Yamachan? That doesn't really mean you can, though. Wait a minute. Taiwa installed the wire trap? The wire trap is there. But when was it installed? When was the wire installed? I don't know exactly what's on the wire, but I can guess because I was there when Hatano was injured. Hatano was trying to grab something at that time. The wire was installed along the way to serve as the bait for it. And the wire must have been installed as soon as the object was placed. The object wasn't there, at least until that point. When the wire was installed, it was probably immediately after starting the investigation. I believe so. Is there a good reason for that opinion? The wire is not visible, so the exact installation time of the wire itself is unknown, but by other elements it can be inferred. Actually, Hatano wasn't just hurt. When she was injured, I know I was right next to them. But Hatano was injured by a wire while approaching to find and investigate some kind of object and she got caught in the trap. Hatano, do you remember? Perhaps. Are you referring to the burnt flashlight? Flashlight, ich hab's vorhin schon falsch gesagt. Das ist ein Flashlight und kein Flashlight. Flashlight ist was anderes. Yeah, there was no such thing in the corner. When I found the body with everyone in the power room, it was there after the investigation started. In other words, the killer used the flashlight to induce someone to get caught in the wire trap? If so, they set a flashlight and installed the wire at the same, immediately after the investigation began. The approximate time to install it. Na okay, wir sind über den Punkt hinaus, von dem ich gerade eben war, sehr schön. Yeah, it's right after the start of the investigation, right? The wire was installed shortly after the investigation began. Yamaguchi? It's strange, this is weird. Weird. Is it not weird? You, why is on yelling? Everyone, open your ears and listen. If Tai was the culprit, it means Tai installed the wire right after the investigation started, yes? But it's impossible! Why, you ask? It's because Taiwa was with me! You were with Taiwa? Surely. Oh mein Gott, ich glaube, gleich kommt ein richtig witziger Dialog. And there was a relationship? Can you stop that? Don't put a joke like that at a time like this. Huh? Does that mean... I know this exactly, because Taiwa was in the same place I was, and we didn't do anything. What? How can you say that you didn't do anything so proudly? Wie er dabei auch noch geschaut hat. Wir haben nichts gemacht. Oh ja, ich habe keine Chance bei den Frauen. No, what I mean is, I was going to do some investigation, but I seldom made progress, so... Anyway, that's not what's important. It's Taiwa's story. I swear to you, Taiwa has been stuck in one spot since everyone gathered to the power until the trial announcement came out. Funny finde ich, dass der Typ immer irgendwie das Alibi ist für gefühlt jeden. Im ersten Teil für Makaru, hier für Akane. What? Is that for real? Apart from anything else, there's only one spot that the inefficient even... Apart from anything else, there was only one spot that was inefficient, even if you did a little investigation. I want to hear why. Why didn't you mention this, Taiwa? No, it was shocking that Kizuna-san died. Did any of us do that? Even so, everyone participated in the investigation, but that is not a reason. It doesn't really matter. What's more important than that now? Tara didn't do anything at the time of the investigation, meaning she couldn't install the wire, right? Yeah, that's why I said it's weird. Then Tara's not the killer? I mean, I've been trying to say that from the very beginning. But what's called a maid? Are we wrong with the interpretation? So close there, Taiwa lied. She's still a suspect, no matter how we continue. But when that happens, you can't explain the wire trap. What's going on? I think my head will be weird if it gets twisted anymore. Can't we stop this already? If you want to die, do it. I won't stop you. It's definitely weird. Apart from being simply contradictory, logically it's playing itself, separately, as if several incidents seem to be a gathering event. Why? What's missing? It's as if the contradictions don't stop to conclude that Tyra is the culprit. There doesn't seem to be any different direction in the case. What is the truth of this case? If Tyra isn't the culprit, what have we been doing so far for? You mean it was all good for nothing? But if that's the case, then who's the culprit? Who do we vote for? I can't keep going. We keep hitting dead ends. Even if the midst of the Satanus legendary we must be getting worse. Well, I'll say this. Other than Tyra, is there not another suspicious person? Who is that? Kurokawa. What? Why Kurokawa? Well, I don't understand it because of the dying message and the wire install, but Kurokawa suddenly disappeared during the investigation. Isn't he suspicious to anyone? Looking at it, the broadcast announcing the start of the class trial rang. We gathered quite late, and Monokuma brought her. Didn't Kinzo mention this? He said that he had main suspects in mind. If Tyra, who's been attracting attention as a high-level suspect, is not the culprit, will the other suspect Kurokawa, who is the next suspicious person, naturally be her? Alter, wie heftig ich diesen Akzent ausspreche. Ich glaube, ich spreche den Akzent auch ganz anders, als wie ich den vorhin gesprochen hatte. Mich nervt es, dass ich nachher nochmal schauen muss, ob ich irgendwo geschnitten habe versehentlich. Wait a second. Wenn da nichts drin war, was ihr nicht hättet sehen sollen, dann lass es einfach drin. Ist mir egal. It is true that Kurokawa was late, but what has appeared during the investigation was investigated by Kurokawa's own way. It was Kurokawa's discovery that the kitchen Kinfe was actually disappeared from the kitchen. But even if they were investigating, still, why arrive late? I was curious from the start of the trial. I want to know the reason of being late. Even if you're not the culprit. Kurokawa, you're not a killer, right? Please answer us, don't be uneasy! I'm not the culprit. Reason for being late. I can't tell you now. After the trial, I'll tell you why. If it was for a good reason, isn't there no reason to hide it? Why can't you tell us? The more you hide, the more suspicious it gets. I'm sorry, but trust me, I'm not the killer. Regardless of the reason, isn't it a little too much to say that Kurokawa is the culprit? He doesn't seem to have anything to do with the dying message. It would have been possible to install the wire, however. No, but there is no other way. This is impossible. She is impossible. It's all possibilities again. Who's the killer then? Even if it's a ghost, it's not impossible. You really are fools without answers. Shouldn't you be aware of this? Jetzt kommt sie schon wieder. What do you mean? But that's the truth of the case. I told you, didn't I? I said I wouldn't help you people, but once it's a trial of my life at stake, if there's no answer, I'll solve it. So in other words, you are idiots with no answer to the extent that I have to come out like this. Damn it! Mikao is destroying us! Mikao's attitude is sarcastic, but I think she knows something. Mikao may give us a clue about the situation that we cannot overcome alone. When you look at the goals for your reasoning, I can see how hard your brains are. To put it simply, you are fools who try to solve the same solution without thinking of any other method, and no other problem was solved. Thank you for your kind summary description. But what do you know yourself? If the same method doesn't work, you should know how to challenge it using a new method. Understood, child? But what do you mean by new method? It means throwing away stereotypes. Oh my, you're so quiet, you finally open your mouth, Psycho Police. Is it not a problem if the best young police officer in Japan gets slower answers than a professor? It doesn't matter, but I guess it's all a competition for you. Let's just say it's not. There's nothing to be gained from this charade. There's something sparkling between you two. But what does that mean? Stereotypes to throw it away? Did you both find out something? I'll apologize first. When the trial happened, I was about to be overthrown by the killer, because of the misinterpretation of the case. But I deserved it. I was guessing to some extent, but I didn't think the case would be so twisted. It was twisted? It's natural to say you guys made it public. This case is simple. It's a criminal, and that criminal killed the victim. If you try to solve it, there will be contradictions. Then wait a minute, so then this isn't a murder case? No, it is a murder. It's clearly malevolent. But do you recall what I mentioned earlier? An ordinary murder case would be difficult to solve if you think of it as a simple step-by-step scenario. While investigating before the trial, I guessed the outline frame, but at that point, I couldn't confirm this either. However, as the trial progressed, Taiwa's reactions and the dying message being solved, the truth was reached. To be precise, the riddle that has been solved so far was one that derived from a clue, but what's the truth about it? To put it simply, this crime is not a case where there's one culprit and one victim being mentioned. What? Not one culprit, not one victim? So you mean there was an accomplice? But then Monokuma say that accomplices have no advantage? No, it's a bit ambitious to call it an accomplice. But what is certain is that a third party, other than the criminal, was clearly involved. Third party? Who was it? You, Akane. Taiwa was the third party? Is that different from a culprit or accomplice? For starters, I like to see it like that. As you guys said, if you're a criminal, you have to install a wire trap, but Taiwa herself couldn't afford it, because of Yamaguchi. He also saw Taiwa stand still during that time. Then Akane no longer needs to be questioned, right? No, wait a minute. I'm really sorry, but I still don't get it. If Taiwa isn't the culprit, I don't know why the dying message points to the maid, and she even lied to us. That's why I told you. Taiwa is a third party in this case. What? It's not a culprit. It's different from an accomplice, but it's obviously a third party who was heavily involved in the case. Maybe she's not even aware of it. The woman's personality is showing her heart on her face. It's proof that the maid lied and wrote a dying message, lying to everyone here. Ich muss mal ganz kurz auf Ohr kratzen, sorry. Oh mein Gott, der Blick. Oh mein Gott, die Arme. Lass sie doch in Ruhe. It seems by your facial expressions you don't understand it. Okay, before discussing a real criminal, let's begin with a question about it. Oh nee, Alter. A question about it also. Oh nee, was brauche ich denn jetzt? The third flashlight? Leider, wiretap. Entweder the third flashlight oder die Note. Tyro isn't just a suspect. He's a third party. I'm not sure what that means. According to your reasoning, at first glance, Akane Taiwa looks like the culprit. But for Akane Taiwa to put the wiretrap is not possible. There's a contradiction. In fact, it's okay to say that your reasoning in return is the correct answer. A rookie mistake! Someone clean up this mess! In the first place, being a third party, doesn't that mean there is a third party besides the criminal and the victim? 3 or more people were involved in the crime. Is there any evidence to prove this? Hallo? Ihr habt gehört, wie ich auf meine Leertaste gehammert hab, ne? Gehämmert hab, ne? Ich hab's gehört. Okay, wir brauchen eine Third Flashlight. 3 noch. Das leicht durchlaufen. Das würde ich jetzt weg. Ich krieg's nicht hin, Alter. Okay, jetzt was er sagt. Die Third Flashlight. No, that's wrong! Obwohl, hey, eigentlich war doch nichts falsch mit dem, was er gesagt hat. Eigentlich hätte man da doch agreeen müssen. Na, egal. No, you have wait! There was evidence of 3 people involved in the crime. What would that be? A flashlight, of course. There was one more flashlight. What do you mean there was one more? Atano, that flashlight you were trying to pick up. Oh, that's why Atano injured her leg on the wire. That flashlight, right? But what does it mean when you say there was one more? I think there was some people who haven't seen it. Let me tell you in the switch room. There were 2 broken flashlights. By the way, Maeda. Other than those 2, the third flashlight. On the day the second floor was opened, everyone saw it while investigating, right? It's a dark place where the switch doesn't light up. For the flashlight, nothing is visible. And the fact that Tomoe died there would have been something would have something to do with the switch room. In that case, she must have bought a flashlight. One of the 3 flashlights would have to be the one Tomoe bought. If you don't see anything, murder is not possible. It means the culprit killed Tomoe inside the switch room, and the culprit also took a flashlight. So the second flashlight was bought by the killer. Huh? Hey, wait a minute! Who's the owner of the third flashlight? That's right, Maeda explained it very well. The switch room is a not known place, and there's nothing visible, so naturally, you expect to carry a flashlight in order to go there. Even if I went, I would need my flashlight back once. Even if I went, I would need my flashlight back once I'm done with my business. There's no reason to leave it behind. Wasn't this the aftermath of a struggle between the criminal and Tomoe? One moment. Isn't it just by reasoning alone? Unless there's a 0% chance that someone forgot it and left it in the past, it wouldn't be clear. No, Yuehara. There's evidence that all the 3 flashlights are involved in the incident. As Kinto said, 2 flashlights were broken, and the last one, it was burned. Correct! It's a flashlight before it got caught in the fire. That's the flashlight that was in the scene. Now you realize, is there a fool who still doesn't understand? According to your inference, the fact that the case involved 3 people was the adequate basis of this case. Wir sind schon bei 2,44, Alter, wir brauchen ja viel länger heute. I had no idea. Okay, aber ich glaube, ich habe irgendwas doppelt gemacht aus Versehen. Und wir haben einmal gefailt. Okay, aber ich glaube, wir brauchen bis 3 Stunden 30. Ich schätze einfach mal so. You must not have known. Probably the killer tried to use Tyra. Really? What does that mean? We've come this far, so I wonder if it's okay to reveal it. I call Tyra a third party. But this doesn't mean that you simply witnessed or helped the killer. What is it then? How Taiwa was involved in this incident. By the time, everyone might have noticed. Not the culprit, but the executioner. Is it appropriate to call him like that? What, an executor? No way, that fits Sarah stabbing Tomori. I guess she didn't even do it. That's right. It's a criminal who killed her breath with a critical hit. But it was probably Taiwa who made Tomori bound. What? That's a lie! Taiwa did? Kendo, wait a minute! Hey, don't you know what I'm talking about? Akane Taiwa, you're also a criminal who had committed attempted murder, you bloody bitch! What? No, wait a second. What is this so suddenly? Hey, is Taiwa the executioner? What's wrong, Kawashikawa? You said you couldn't admit that Taiwa wasn't the culprit. No, rather than being able to admit it, but why did Taiwa... Yeah, I don't know what it means that there's another criminal who inflicted a critical hit, even though she wasn't executioner in the first place. And I can't believe that Akane did this. If you dishonor Akane without a compelling reason, I cannot forgive you. That's why Taiwa would never do something like that. It's starting again. Didn't people say that they can't know just by looking at them? Or you think Akane Taiwa is not one to do that? After all, you just don't know enough about her. But she... Why don't you tell me why would Taiwa stab Tomori to the verge of death? How did that happen? You've already let it go, didn't you? You let her go? You don't mean... Yes, the evidence that Akane Taiwa personally injured Mr. Lesen. Yes, the evidence that Akane Taiwa personally injured Kizuna Tomori is exactly what you suspect. A dying message pointing to the maid, Akane Taiwa's suspicious lie. But why wasn't she the culprit of the direct murder? It was also solved by you. Simple, isn't it? That woman didn't have time to install the wire. What? Everyone looks like you can't understand. Sorry, but besides this, there is evidence that Akane Taiwa committed a murder attempt. Well, is there any other evidence? No, Kinjo's right. There's one evidence I can only think of. There's evidence I can only think of. Aida, even you? Why? I'd love to think that, but as Kinjo says, it's all true. I knew it too. If you look at the scene of the incident, with faces of others who couldn't exist, traces was probably left by Taiwa. According to the images in my memory, there's one definitive clue. Spot selection? Ich glaube, das kann ich auch so. Was meint sie? Meint ihr das hier? Make it look like they went through the window. Was? Was? Keine Ahnung. Keine Ahnung, Leute. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was gemeint ist gerade. Ich habe wirklich keine Ahnung. Moment, ist es das hier? Let's go. Remember what we discussed earlier about why the killer started the fire? The fire was used to heat the glass window and break it remotely and make us think the killer was inside the switchium and smash the glass to escape, right? Yeah, and in fact we almost got caught in that trap and confused our reasoning. No, we were talking about why Taiwa was involved in the case. Think carefully. If the killer's purpose was to make us think they broke the glass, why is there a blood spot at the entrance? Blood stain at the entrance? Is that so? A blood stain like walking out of the switchium. That's evidence from a third party that's different from the criminal's intentions. Was that from a struggle? Maybe it's just Tomori's blood. If Tomori went out of the switchium while bleeding, the power room outside should have been filled with blood spots, don't you think so? Does that mean the blood spot was after coming out of the switchium because it was dark then? There were two broken flashlights inside the switchium. Broken for them. If you were broken during a struggle, you wouldn't know that blood would splatter in the dark after you stabbed Tomori. Did the blood traces come from Akane? Wait a minute. After the killer attacked Tomori, they could have set off the fire after walking out towards the entrance without knowing that the blood was on it, right? In this way, there's no room for Taya to intervene. I'm sorry, but that's also impossible. The one who killed Tomori by killing her definitely probably didn't splash a drop of blood on their body. Yeah, because maybe the real killer used that tool to prevent the blood from bleeding before they stabbed Tomori. That tool was... Endlich, das Cloth! Man hat gemerkt, dass ich darauf gewartet habe, glaube ich. Actually, there was a piece of cloth covered in blood in the corner of the switchium. Bloody! This is... Right. Anyone planning a murder must be concerned about the bleeding. Probably they used it on Tomori, for the drop of blood on your body. If the real culprit uses it and murders Tomori, there's no reason for a blood smear on the entrance. What? Did he really... Are you saying Akane stabbed Tomori? I can't believe it. Why did Taiwa do that? Taiwa, no matter what you did, in the end, there was a separate, a real criminal who directly killed Tomori, other than you. You're not treated as a real criminal in this trial. If you admit to the crime, you won't be executed. Sorry. So tell me with your own mouth. Did you really do it and why? I'm sorry. Sorry? Are you sorry? Sorry? Are you sorry? Then it's really true? You guys are right. I'm the one. I stabbed Kizuna-chan. What? I'm not particularly sympathetic, but I'm curious. Why did you do that? Kizuna-chan... No. Kizuna Tomori. Because she was a human being who had no choice but to die. What are you talking about? It was you yourself who most offended Tomori, didn't you? I'm sorry. Just in case it was found out. I just made an excuse and got scared. That must have been it. Actually, you seem to believe that you were the real culprit. But I want to believe in this. I want you to believe in this. I never decided to kill and stab Kizuna-chan. What does that mean? You didn't stab with murder intention. But after that remark, you seem to despise Tomori. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Let me give you an explanation. I'm not sure about Mekaru and Yuahawa. I'm not sure if Mekaru and Yuahawa know this, but the day after the motives came out, you all went to persuade Kizuna-chan. Actually, Kizuna-chan was also in loneliness, and she tried to convince herself because she knew it deep down. I finally opened my heart to Kizuna-chan and we hugged. And I finally thought we became friends, truly. But that evening, Kizuna-chan had something to talk about, so she called me to the switchium. I took a flashlight and went there. Kizuna-chan, are you here? Right here, Taiwa. Kizuna-chan, I know you wanted to talk about something, but why in such a dark place? Yeah, no one's coming here, right? Oh no, I don't think so. So what do you want to talk about? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm too scared now. What scared? Why? You know the motives given by Monokuma, remember? Our secrets are hidden in there. Seems like you all threw it away, but I got no clue whose I stumbled upon in the trash. Someone's secret, do you want to see? First look at the contents. What? What is this? Yuki Maeda may actually know the identity of the mastermind? Okay, und das finde ich macht überhaupt keinen Sinn. Weil... Ich glaube, das ist ein Übersetzungsfehler. Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, was es jetzt heißen soll. Ob es jetzt heißen soll, dass Yuki Maeda vielleicht das Mastermind ist. Oder vielleicht weiß, wer das Mastermind ist. Weil diese Stücke, die wir gesehen hatten, waren ja irgendwas mit Yuki Maeda, maybe, so, also ist vielleicht. I don't know. Ich hinterfrag's nicht. Ja. What? Maeda, is that true? No! I'm just a normal student. Seht ihr, diese Reaktion allein schon deutet für mich darauf hin, dass es eher darum geht, dass er das Mastermind vielleicht ist und nicht, dass er... Wisst ihr? Weil ein klasse normal student ist eine komische Reaktion auf, du weißt vielleicht wer es ist. You're not lying, right? You're not actually playing with us while you know about them, do you? Ich nehm's einfach mal so hin. Stop it. Now it's not the time to reproach each other. Yeah, the message is surprising, but it is urgent. We heard Tyra's testimony. Tyra, with you at once. Okay. Wir gehen einfach mal davon aus, dass damit wirklich gemeint ist, dass er vielleicht weiß, wer das Mastermind ist, weil so habe ich das Spiel damals auch immer gespielt mit dem Gedanken. I can't trust you, Kun, as long as I see that. It's not just that. Knowing the Mastermind, he might play with us and try to kill us later. No, Maeda wouldn't do that. False. You don't know people by just looking at them. Mitsuhiro did the same. Remember? Then what do you want me to do? Nee, then what do you want to do? Even if you tell the others. No, that's not the case. Then we can kill him with our hands. What? The reason I called you is actually this. Aren't you close to Yukon? Wouldn't you be able to take him out? You know what you're talking about? Listen, I have a good idea. If you can only help me. Otherwise, how can I kill Yukon? Without being noticed by someone. First of all, I bought the preparations. A fuse, lighter, and finally a knife. Once you pick up Yuki-kun and call him somewhere, I'll stab him with the knife. I'm not talking about that. I asked if you were serious. If you're killed, you'll die in a trial. That's when a killer is stupidly caught. Did you forget that the only way to get out from here is to murder someone? So first, help me. If my murder is successful, I'll help you. What do you think? Let's get out together. Are you crazy? Why should I want to murder? What? Don't you want to get out of here? I want to go out, but doing that at the expense of another's life. That's it then. I'm the only one who wants to go outside more than anyone here. Oh Mist, jetzt habe ich es aus Versehen weggedrückt, sorry. Irgendwas mit I'm not a human being oder keine Ahnung. Once I get out of this place... Actually, I got everything ready after those 2 days from the previous class trial. He also bought these tools early today. I'm going to kill this traitor. Won't be less guilty to kill a bad guy, right? You better think and join me here. What are you saying? Being prepared for a murder since the second day? Then you didn't open up to us. Huh? Oh my god, this stupid bitch! Of course I was acting! Do you think I'm gonna go and fall for that crappy event? I can't! Alright, so you just do what I tell you to do. But if you were lucky that I chose you, please bring Yuki-kun here by tomorrow morning. No, I hate it. Why should I help murder? And I can't believe that Maeda-kun is such an evil person. It's obviously Monokuma's lie. Anyway, I'm not going to help you. And Kizuna-chan, please wake up and don't do this if you are with us. I'm sure we can find a way. Okay, you... What? Well, I didn't expect you to cooperate from the start of the murder. Because you didn't, I have to change the target as planned. What are you... Hey, Kizuna-chan? You dodged it! Why are you doing this, Kizuna-chan? Why are you asking? I'm trying to kill you! Kizuna-chan? You already knew I was going to kill you, remember? I can't keep you alive! It's a pity that you can kill Yuki Maeda, but it doesn't matter if you can't get out of here. Someone save me! Ich muss auf 11 Uhr nachts. Es ist fast Mitternacht, Alter. Ich darf nicht schreien. Is that true? Tomori tried to kill Akane first? Even so, before the motives came out, she just made up her mind to kill someone. And all the appearances she showed us were an act? Yeah, Kisuna Tomori was that kind of person. So, you felt in danger of your own life and attacked Tomori in self-defense? Oh no, that's not right! Listen, I didn't really intend to stop Tomori in self-defense or any of the sort. Then why did you? Tomori went to kill you. What happened after that? I noticed that Kizuna-chan was serious and I was too scared. I tried to run for it. Then I was pushed down by Kizuna and fell over. And I tried to resist somehow and the flashlights we were holding broke each other. That was when the two broken flashlights were broken in the switchium. I couldn't see anything because of the flashlight broken. And it was right next to Kizuna's charm with the knife. I was really scared and tried to resist with my whole body. Honestly, I think it was pure luck that I didn't get hit by the knife. By the way, suddenly Kizuna-chan at one point became really quiet. That's when I took my chance to get out of the switch here. You got out? Okay, you stabbed Kizuna Tomoe while resisting without knowing it. When I looked at my hands in a bright place, I saw a lot of blood. There's a lot of red on my clothes. I got in a panic, didn't look behind me, got out of the power room and went to the bathroom to wipe the blood. So that's what happened. I was wiping it with water until the smell of blood was washed away, but then the announcement came out. I thought Kizuna-chan was the one whom I stabbed was found, so my vision became white. After that, when I went to the power room, there was a fire for some reason. The switch room was all messed up. Other than yourself, there was someone else who touched the scene of the crime. Did you think it was you who killed her? That's not it. What happened was... That's how the events are connected. Ja, jetzt macht alles Sinn, ne? Ich finde diesen Mordcase so geil, ne? This is all I know about the case. I never meant to stab Kizuna-chan with evil intentions. Whatever the reason, good or bad. Once you look at the results, they are Akane Taiwa stabbed Kizuna Tomoe. This is a fact. You cannot change its meaning for whatever reason you might say. But you said I wasn't the culprit. Yes, you just stabbed her, like I said. There's another killer who caused the fire and the final blow. If the trial settles safely, it'll be the real criminal, not you, who's going to be executed. So, your sins will be laid aside after the trial is over. Don't think you'll just go over it. No, wait a second, It was still an accident, wasn't it? Besides, if Tomoe hadn't been stabbed, then Taiwa would have died. That's right, don't be too forceful with her. Taiwa herself is more distressed than anyone else. Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, second to the fact that it was a crime of forced assault, the trial isn't over yet, right? Now that we know the case, we need to find the true culprit. So let's not get excited just yet, children. Fine, let's talk about this later. Because the trial is the most important thing now. Junge, kann ich bitte Mr. Lesen mal wieder sein? Alter, das macht mich gerade so sauer, dass ich nicht lesen kann, Alter. Oh, sie weint! Akane, don't blame yourself so much. Because in the end you survived. For the most part, I think it's the best outcome that you live. Isn't it important to be alive? Yame-san, thank you. Now then, let's organize the case based on Taiwa's words. Tomoe tried to plan a killing on a few days ago, and she called Taiwa to the switch room to plan a crime with them, and tried to kill Taiwa in the process. But the plan failed, she died! This is the whole story of the case. Hey, you stay still. There's a bit of mental ferocity in there. Now then, let's do a little summary. First, the number of people involved in this case are 3. One is the victim, Kizuna Tomoe. Ja, Kizuna ist der Vorname, ja, das war richtig. The next person is a criminal who has not been identified yet. The last one is the third party, Akane Taiwa. Tomoe, who wanted to leave here as soon as possible, planned a murder, before even the motives came out. Her rebellion was thus an excuse for Tomoe. For the first time, she attempted to make Taiwa join forces in this crime. If Tomoe worked with someone, it would have been easy for her to escape, but Taiwa refused as expected. So she tried to get rid of Taiwa, the one who heard her plan, and leave no traces behind. However, the attack missed, and in return there was an accident where the knife ended up stabbing Tomoe while tangled up in the dark. Taiwa was surprised that she stabbed her, and then she went to the bathroom. And when she heard the announcement that the body was found, she went back to the power room, and there were things like the fire that she hadn't even done, so Akane was confused at that time. So then, in the end, the killer made use of Taira's talent, and put the blame on her in order to make us vote for her? Yeah, there were 3 people involved, so the case was so complicated as it is. By the way, no matter what happened this far, this would mean that she's not the culprit of this case, right? But then, who's the real culprit? The true culprit's identity. Ah! Iwanami, what is it? Did you figure out something? No, but just amazing that Kurokawa is just very active in participating in the conversation. Are you serious? I have to say, there are already hints about the real culprit. What? Who is it? Really? Who is it? Die Musik. In general, there is no one who does not have a noticeable alibi other than Tyra. In other words, it is possible for anyone to commit a crime. However, there's only one of us who has led all the situations to their advantage. Yes, and very precisely, may I add. Is there someone like that? Who on earth? Surely it's not Tyra? There's someone who has taken advantage of the circumstances of the case with too ridiculous timing. But it could be simply a coincidence at first glance. Think about it. The fire was not caused by Akane Tyra. Then obviously the real culprit set the fire. But don't you think there's something amiss? And you leave a fire. The corpse would need to be burned. And you don't know when it could be found. But Hatano actually found it. Yes, Hatano found it. Well, if that's the case, the wire matters too. Even if you install a wire trap as bait for a burnt flashlight in the corner, there's a possibility that no one will find it and it could end up just there, right? But it didn't because... Huh? Isn't it something a little weird? What does the sighting between the fire and the wire have in common? If you think about it, you will see the answer. The person who led all the situations to their own advantage. The person who led the case so that they could solve it on their own accord. The only person in doubt. They are strong enough to instigate most of the incident. The first time they noticed. The fire and the wire trap. No. Why? I have to stop thinking about that. The main thing is that they did this job. Okay. If you don't find the truth, then you will all die. Es gibt nur eine Möglichkeit. Du bist es.
犯人は君だ。
Kida! As Kindle says, there was only one person, only someone who could move the situations to their advantage. That person is Hatano. You! What? Now what are you? Maeda, did you get tired? The culprit was the one who hurt Hatano's leg. But what if Hatano's the culprit? She was aiming on her own leg? Nonsense! It would be more reliable to say that I am the one crazy. That is quite true. Please don't mess with me, Maeda-kun. No matter what, Ayame-chan being the culprit is... That's right. Kinto, don't stand still and say something. Maeda seems to be losing it now. No, the incompetent made a very precise reasoning, don't you agree? The culprit is Ayame Hatano. She must be. I'm not exactly denying it, but I don't have a clear picture. Can you at least clarify why you believe so? It's because of a few reasons Hatano is suspect. The true culprit of this case is not strange to any of us. The reason is because Tyra pulled the ceremony of the incident. The killer was only a light maneuver in the scene. All of our alibis were also in the dark. There was contradictions no matter where you put it, the killer. However, that's why Hatano's actions were... Hatano's behavior was even more unusual. What are you talking about? The killer made an alibi trick by building a fire and finishing Tomori herself, in which Tyra couldn't. Until here, everyone understands, right? Then here... Who was the first to discover the fire? What do you think? That was Hatano? But there's no way... But there's no way to call someone a culprit just with that. You shut up, second-hand killer! It's not just that. Even though the corpse was found, the killer installed a wire trap as if aiming at someone. And who was the person who discovered this first? That was also Hatano too. Let's think. At best, she made an alibi trick. If someone else finds it first, there will be too many dead... Okay, warte mal, muss ich anders lesen. Let's think. At best, she made an alibi trick. If someone else finds it first, there will be too many dangerous variables. But if you set a fire, you can create the best situation you want. Are you referring to the situation where the criminal himself was putting off the fire with other people? That's right. Because the original purpose of the killer's fire was to break the glass and heat it to make someone think that a person escaped. If the killer was with other people in that situation, they would have their own alibi. Well, it's a crappy trick, so I didn't even doubt it from the beginning. In addition, Hatano would have had enough time to install the wire. Listening to Taiwa's story, Tomori bought all the tools. So you can use them in the arms of the dead Tomori. But no, but Ayame-san! There must be something wrong with that. I mean, it could be a coincidence. Hatano is the culprit? Just like that? Why is the person who was picked up being silent, but the others are noisy? Hey, why are you being quiet? Are you exercising your right to remain silent? Or do you think this is a joke? It's just that it's so absurd that you've left me speechless. I'm still standing here and I'm being treated as a criminal. I mean, this isn't funny, Ayame-chan. You can't be the culprit. Oh? Anything to object to then? Of course. You don't seem to realize it yet. I'll tell you why I can't be the killer. Okay, wir wissen, was jetzt abgeht. Es geht nah ans Ende. Okay, was kriegen wir für Bullets? Inoui's Medical Result, glaube ich, aber nur wenn wir den Rest schon benutzt haben. Why can't you be the culprit? Okay, it looks like you guys are missing one thing in particular. Tomorrow's time of death. Do you remember it? Time of death? Was it not specified in the Monokuma file? Ah, correct. 9:30 PM it said around that time, right? Huh? Isn't that weird? Yeah, around 9:30 PM I was putting out fire with Kinto and the others. Accurately, that's true. So, what happened? Tomori might have told someone to meet at 9:30 PM and she was trapped in surprise. At that time she was still dead, I didn't see anyone. I can't be the culprit. Was? Was? Moment mal, was will die gerade von mir? Tomori's death was definitely 9:40 PM, then Hatano has an alibi. There's something so unnatural about it. Tomori really died at that time. It would be impossible for anyone. Even so, the Monokuma file doesn't tell lies. Just think of the arrangement she reminds me of what she said before. Think about her words. Oh ja, stimmt, Inoui's Medical Result. Sie hat ziemlich lange geblutet, das heißt, ihr Death war nicht instant. Ihr Death war nicht instant. Stimmt. Ich dachte, Inoui's Medical Results wäre auf ihr Bein bezogen. Ja, Skalium. Alter, da hast du mich richtig in die Bredouille gebracht gerade. Ich glaube wirklich, wenn ich das Spiel blind spielen würde, ich würde so hart struggeln in diesem Spiel. Ich glaube das. Und vor allem, ihr müsst euch vorstellen, wenn man Game Over geht, ne, ich möchte es mal ganz kurz sagen, landet man immer so weit zurück wieder. Also das Spiel, das schickt dich wieder 3 Kilometer zurück, du musst Peak Text wegdrücken, bis du wieder an dem Punkt kommst, wo du überhaupt warst. Das war so frustrierend, als ich das Spiel damals privat gespielt habe. Hatano, is that really so? What? Is this your opinion, Hatano? Because the time of death is 9:30 PM. The culprit killed Tomori by stabbing Tomori at 9:30 PM. Of course, Tomori's death is a stabbed neck as a reminder. It must have been an instant death at the moment. But that's not the case. Huh? Even if you argue that Hatano's words are true at first glance after putting some consideration in the circumstances, at the time the killer was not already inside the switchium. Maeda is right. You have no choice but to. This is a problem you solved earlier, right? When the timer of fire started to ignite, Tomori must have been stabbed by her knife. Ich verstehe gar nichts, Alter. Ich glaube, es liegt an der Übersetzung. Sorry. Yeah, otherwise the alibi trick of breaking a window remotely would be meaningless. But then, what happened to Tomoe's time of death? No matter how you think about Tomoe's death at 9:30 PM, it makes no sense. Everyone, listen carefully. From here on out, the reasoning behind this is a little mixed meaning. Perhaps Tomoe, before Tano discovered the fire, may have been already around 9 o'clock with a knife on her neck. What? Super grotesque! That's far-fetched, Maeda. Are you really thinking about it? Are you able to prove that a human being can live for 40 minutes with a throat pierced? I don't really believe it either. But I'm not saying this for no reason. There was evidence that Tomoe survived that long. The first thing I came to think of, this was because of Inori. Thanks a lot. Me? That was when Inori was investigating, wasn't it? Remember what you said to me after examining Tomoe's body? What can I say? It's a terrible amount of bleeding. Humans die of excessive bleeding when about 1/3 of the blood volume flows out, but it's not about 1/3 as you can see. It's amazing that even this amount of blood came out. The wound on the neck is definitely fatal. It should have coagulated to some extent, and the amount of bleeding should have gradually decreased after the heart stops beating. That means, are you saying something else produced the mass bleeding? No, I cannot confirm this with my own opinion. It is rare, but if your blood pressure is strong and the amount of bleeding increases, that much I know for sure. To put it simply, there are individual differences, but having a lot of bleeding in here means it took quite a while before death. Thanks to this, Tomoe must have died in a very terrible pain. Think about it. At around 9:30, Tomoe just had a stab by a knife on her neck. If she died when we found it, the blood would... Moment, habe ich meine Switch eigentlich aufgeladen? Ah, ja, habe ich. Okay, sehr gut, weil ich wollte gleich zocken. Ein bisschen privat Kirby spiele ich aktuell. Tomoe just had a stab by a knife on her neck. If she died when we found it, the blood would not have been spread out. Of course, when we discovered it, there was still a little bleeding. But most of this started to harden. It was unnatural to say that such a deep liquid had been flowing after 9:30. That makes sense, but... Maeda, did you forget? Tomoe's wound, it's not just the neck. Could it have flowed out of the stomach wound? Of course it is possible, but it's another proof that says she's been alive for a long time after being stabbed by the neck. That was a sign it should never been there. Because Tomoe knew who the real killer was. The dying message. Das vierte X. The reason is because of the dying message. Dying message? Didn't that story end earlier? Pointing to the maid word. Yes, and when I came back to it, I could see something I didn't see before. It was a big X after the word maid. The meaning is correct as we guessed before, not the maid. Come to think of it, was it written by Tomoe? I thought Taiwa wrote it as a soul fact. That's the reason we found the dying message. I mentioned this before, but after seeing the blood, I just went to the bathroom right away. I couldn't afford to think about that. Yeah, it's not Taiwa. It's likely the former idea. Tomoe wrote the word maid in her own blood to let us know. If that's the case, why is there an X next to it? It wasn't the criminal's own doing, but the reason the victim herself adds an X and why it's not the maid. Oh, I see. She tried to correct the dying message she wrote maid because there was another person who stabbed her neck. But she was writing the letters. Yes, if Tomoe died immediately, as soon as her throat was cut, there wouldn't be a correction of the dying message, as she would have been left out of strength to muster. Even after being stabbed in the neck, her will still was living as much as being able to correct the message with all of her strength, holding a knife in her throat. How Tomoe had a cut throat and was alive, that much I don't know. The things I said now prove that Tomoe was still alive, under these conditions. Therefore, even if Tomoe's time of death was 9:30 PM, there's no evidence that you can say that you are incapable of committing this crime. It can't be! This is a lie! Ayame-san? Oh, really? This is such a ridiculous story about being alive with a stabbed neck. Ayame-san, please say something! It's hard to believe, but humans are creatures that sometimes achieve phenomena beyond. It happens sometimes even in terror scenes. Nothing strange at all. What then? Hatano, are you really the culprit? I don't know why Hatano did this. My reasoning was wrong, it would be really weird, but there are many situations. The more I think Hatano is the culprit, the more it fits. Hatano, let me hear it from your own voice. The truth. Oh, du, was willst du? Ich habe mich tatsächlich nicht erschrocken, weil ich war irgendwie darauf vorbereitet. Aber ich dachte eigentlich, dass Akane jetzt irgendwie einen Aufriss machen würde. Wait, I can't tolerate that Hatano is the culprit. It's unacceptable. No, I know it's hard to believe. I can't believe it either. If you look at Hatano's actions, I can only say that it's so suspicious that everything goes in her favor. She's not suspicious. There's a reason it wasn't suspicious. I'll let you know why Hatano is not the culprit. Ich werde es nicht mehr lesen, weil das erfordert zu viel Konzentration. Hatanos Injury brauchen wir. Was hat bei der True Killer? Hatano ist the culprit. She aimed for her own leg. Ja, hat sie. Why I work for the culprit to aim to random person. It was unfortunately caught against will. Nee, ich glaube, da hätte ich jetzt draufhauen müssen. Do you really think so? Even if you target an unknown person, it's meaningless if it's not found. No matter how you use a flashlight as bait, finding one in a short time is weird too. It's just by chance. I want to get out of here. No point hurting your own body. Hatano is not the culprit. Okay, ich habe keine Ahnung, wo ich draufhauen muss. Keine Ahnung. Gut, 3 Stunden 30 wird wohl heute nichts. Alter, das Klassfile ist ja viel länger als das andere. Das ist nicht eine halbe Stunde länger drin als bei dem anderen. Das andere ging auch nicht mal 3 Stunden, der Part. Und die Investigation hat in beiden Parts ungefähr gleich lang gedauert. Das heißt, das File ist echt länger als das erste. Inoue, I'm sorry, but there is another evidence that Hatano is the culprit. Inoue's argument is clear. The culprit wouldn't hurt themselves, right? Of course, isn't it? If you are the killer, you are not supposed to aim yourself. What if it was calculated to induce that thought? What? What are you talking about, Maeda? Surely you don't mean... If you are a criminal, you can never hurt yourself. What if you are doing a self-play to deliberately draw out that thought? Otherwise, there's no gain for a killer to install the wire. They ended up murdering and finished the process. And after that, when they installed the wire and aimed at someone, it only adds suspicion. There's no benefit for the killer. Something... Maybe there was a reason to put it there. Isn't there? That's right. I'm sure there is. That's why Yamachan is not the culprit and... That's not the only thing. Even if the killer had some reason. They installed wires to target someone. Even so, how exactly do you intend to cut the leg tendon? Or stride length and calf size are all different. That's... Hey, cutting the tendon may not have been the purpose. Yamachan suffered a fatal injury because of bad luck. If that's the case, I would install the wire. You don't need to use the wires while holding and risk your future. Then, I was aiming at the Yamachan from the start, so I installed the wire exactly in the position of a Yamachan's tendon. How do you know that? It's difficult to know the position of a tendon without prior knowledge. Did you install it by calculating the trap to tip over? The only one of us who has that knowledge is a surgeon, Inoue. Her own legs at the same time, who knows more about muscles of her leaves than Hatano herself? Oh, sorry, das habe ich mal wieder verkackt beim Lesen. Ich verstehe aber auch den Satzbau manchmal echt nicht. She can't be. Inoue, Hatano was never caught in a trap because of bad luck. Because she was caught in a trap she installed. She was able to produce such a perfect tendon cutting accident. Phew, that was pretty cool. It's really her. Why did Hatano? Well, I I'm the one who saw Atano's wound. I can't believe that she made a wound so full of evil intention. Ayame-chan can't be the culprit. I'd rather be the culprit, even if I'm executed. Only for Ayame-chan. I can't believe it either. I wish it was all lies. I wish it was all dreams. I wish my reasoning had been turned into a mess and wake up from this nightmare. Is this how everything ends up? You can see it like that. Overall, I have the same opinion as Maeda, but I want to hear at least a confession from her mouth, because I have to make sure. Well, it's too late to argue at this point. Ayame Atano, can I take your vote of silence as your affirmation of your crime and end this already? Sie sagt nichts. Wait, not Ayame-chan! It can't be her! After all, it was me who stabbed Tomoe. I'm the one who gets executed. I'd rather do that. Ayame-chan is innocent! Akane doesn't have to be executed. Ayame-chan. And... of course not me either. Ayame-chan! Going to try a last act, huh? It's not that. I just want to survive with Akane and leave this place. That's it. Your crime is already logical and there's nothing wrong. You think force will work? I'm not convinced. If I'm the culprit, we haven't proved it without a doubt yet. Isn't the trial supposed to be won after you convince the criminal to admit their defeat? You fool! What are you going to do? Does anyone know any evidence to satisfy this killer who talks like that? It doesn't matter if I tell you, but wouldn't it be less fun? Well, it's lecker. It's a trial, and you have to take it seriously, I tell you. It's all over anyway. I have to play around. It's all over anyway. I have to play around while watching this futile struggle. But there's no mystery to solve anymore. What are you planning to do now? Even if you say that, Ayame-chan's words assume that... assume what if? Ayame-chan is not saying they're the culprit. Nevertheless, it's hard. Okay, then let's reorganize the case from the beginning. And we may notice if something was missed. Let's go ahead. Here you go. Where are we going? Stay still, you crazy big guy. One more. Definitive proof. Junge, ich muss aufhören, jeden Vituria zu lesen. Proof to convince Atano. I think there is something left. If Atano is convinced by saying this. If he's convinced, how should I react? Atano is the culprit, should I just accept that? Even so, I have no choice but to do this. But to do it as long as I have come to this point. But then, sort of the proof of her crime. Tonight's existence. Wir drücken, glaube ich, Shift zum Nachzuladen und Enter, um zu schießen. Oh, die Dinger sind aber richtig schwer jetzt auch ab den späteren Chaptern. Ja, geil, es hat einfach gelaggt. Hallo. Hallo. Das läuft ja gerade richtig scheiße. Ach ja, Freunde. Ich bin mal wieder aus Versehen auf... ich habe das Problem gefunden, warum die Aufnahme vorhin pausiert war. Es war nicht so, dass ich vergessen hatte, wieder die Aufnahme zu resumen. Mein Hotkey, um die Aufnahme auf Pause zu drücken, ist Steuerung und Shift. Und weil ich Shift recht oft brauche in diesem Spiel, komme ich gerne mal auch auf den Knopf, der direkt darunter ist. Und das ist nun mal Steuerung. Ich werde den Hotkey umändern müssen irgendwann mal, aber für den Moment lasse ich so. Ich habe jetzt nochmal die ganze zweite Hälfte des Class-Files bis hierhin gespielt für euch, weil, ja, und ich muss auch nochmal schneiden nachher, weil ich muss die Aufnahme halt beenden, um in der Aufnahme nachzusehen, was passiert ist, wann wurde die Aufnahme pausiert. Ja, ich wollte noch etwas sagen. Das war es eigentlich. Das ist auch das andere Mal passiert. Ja, das habe ich schon gesagt. Und by the way, Terminal Tag Shooting hatte ich sogar gewonnen gehabt. Das war zwar knapp, aber ich habe es noch gewonnen, obwohl es am Anfang richtig scheiße lief. Und es macht mich so sauer, weil ich habe wie ein Gott gespielt, Alter. keinen Fall auf Shift kommen. Auf keinen Fall auf Steuerung kommen. Zusätzliche Schwierigkeit einfach. Müssen wir nochmal die komplette Aufnahme dann ansehen, mal bei Gelegenheit. Ficken. Fuck, jetzt läuft es aber richtig schlecht zum Ende hin. Vamos. Keine Ahnung, was ich machen muss. Keine Ahnung. Left. Fuck. Oh. Ich muss tatsächlich sagen, ursprünglich hatte ich hier nur geraten. Und das war jetzt auch nur so. Gut. Wake. Oh, normal. First, I want to ask you Noe to be sure. To me? Of course. Where did Artano say she was injured? Her thigh. More precisely, left side wide leg laceration caused by hamstring injury. Although... Hey Maeda, why are you asking this for all of a sudden while dealing with me? Are you giving up after all? Inoue, that hamstring refers to a muscle that is important in keeping the leg straight, right? Where exactly is the location of that muscle? Right. It's one of the 3 places that connects with the hip of the leg. To put it simply, it is a muscle that is widely distributed in the back of the leg. That's it. But what is this explanation for? Hey, don't talk about anything that doesn't matter, Maeda. Since Yamachan is innocent, there's no more room for refutation anymore. No, this is important. Very important, in fact. Inoe's words thus had a decisive clue that Artano is the culprit. Eh? Everyone heard what Inoue said, right? Artano's injury is on the back muscle of the left thigh. Yeah, the back. But then why did Artano go forward to pick up a flashlight? And the back of the thigh ended up hurt. What? Oh, it's true. I only cared that Artano was hurt. I didn't think it was suspicious, but it's weird when you think about it. She stumbled forward, but she got hurt in the back of her leg. That's... Even if I fall back, my nose break, but I guess this doesn't matter now. I can't think of any other reason but one. Artano, from the very beginning, on her own volition, she was caught deliberately in a trap to inflict a wound as fatal as possible. My god, then... It means that it was entirely self-inflicted? Really? I don't know why you did that, but it may have been to pretend to be a victim, to be less suspicious. It's my guess. That kid... No, something... There's gotta be a mistake! Artano? Ich glaube, wir sind an dem Punkt, wo ich ursprünglich war. Ungefähr. I wish I was lying. Hey, this is a choice. If you want to get out of the game, then just lie. Why don't we make a conclusion now? I wasted enough time and I'm getting tired of various factors. Just the suicidality of a cockroach, like a Kan Taiwa or Kizuna Tomori. Although I believe it's all over now. No! Something is wrong. Yamachan wouldn't do this. I mean that. Yamachan was never the type to kill. The person who was driven as a criminal is still there. Why are you upset? You just stay put. Taiwa, it's really hard to accept, but you have to accept the conclusions we've drawn. Otherwise nothing will end, and nothing will begin. Now then, finally, let's do a final summary of all the events thus far. So that everyone can accept the answers we have presented. So everyone can choose. Nö, brauch ich nicht. Oh nö, das muss ich ja auch gleich lesen, oder? Oh nee, ich hab keinen Bock mehr, Junge. Sorry, aber ich musste gerade alles nochmal nachspielen, Alter. Das hat mich so abgefuckt. Was haben wir denn alles? Was habe ich denn hier? Was hab ich denn hier? Nee. Das hatten wir doch auch, ja. Was haben wir hier? Oh, sie ist so wunderschön, guckt sich an. Oh, sie ist so süß. Ich will sie heiraten. Und ich will sie weinen, ich will sie einfach nur knuddeln. Das hier sieht so weird aus, Alter. Was ist das? Alright. Start of this case begins after the first trial ends and the second floor opens. It was a late night on the second day after she got out. At this point, there was someone who stopped by the antique store for a purpose. She got some tools from the antique shop. The tools they bought this time were the fuse, lighter, flashlight. Surprisingly, this person's identity was Tomoe, who was also the victim of this incident. Now we know, but Tomoe has been planning to murder this time. Yeah, even before we shared our motives. All of the tools she picked up earlier were tools that Tomoe had procured in advance for use in the murder. As a result, she died, and the real culprit of this case was the one who used the tools that she had prepared. However, on the morning of the third day, Otori, who stopped by the antique shop every time, must have noticed that some items have already been missing. Sadly, he didn't tell us because he thought it was a simple mistake. It would have created confusion. So without any knowing, Tomoe's murder plan proceeded slowly, and then Monokuma gave us the motive. As everyone knows, this motive was a note with our secrets. It was a joke that nobody cared about. But only Tomoe was different. Tomoe thought she could use this motivational note, so she decided to add a step to her original plan. That's right, me. It was an operation to use the secret note of Yuki Maeda to capture Taiwa and join forces. Tomoe told Tyra, ist nicht eigentlich Tyra geschrieben, also T-A-I-R-A, ja, wird sie, okay, to come to the switch room alone, and Tyra headed to that place without any doubt. Tyra may seem a little petty, but in fact she wasn't actually swayed. Well, we expected this to happen, and after the second day onwards, by acting weak, she wanted to weaken her boundaries. The appearance of being lonely, the appearance of hesitation, the appearance of accepting us with tears, was only a fake scene to kill even a little more smoothly. That's the true nature of Kizuna Tomoe. We were all fooled by Tomoe. Tyra, at the time, she wasn't wary of Tomoe at all, so she went to the dark switch room. There, Tomoe showed Tyra a secret note and revealed the plan to kill me. Tyra said that Tomoe picked up a secret note that someone discarded from the trash can. It was written like this: Yuki Maeda may actually know the identity of the mastermind. Of course, this is not true, because I don't know who the mastermind is. Okay, eventuell ist es wirklich richtig übersetzt worden. Ach, jetzt habe ich auch schon weggedrückt, sorry. But Tyra didn't follow Tomoe's words. No matter what, murder shouldn't be done by anyone. And things didn't work out as intended. Tomoe gradually began to reveal her nature. Once Tyra refused, she couldn't let Tyra leave. The one who had heard the murder plan. So instead, Tomoe changed the target. The one who she expected to refuse her was decided to be killed in front of her. Tomoe went into Tyra without warning, but luckily Tyra avoided the first strike. Tyra panicked by Tomoe's sudden attack. Tyra tried to run away, but she was pushed by Tomoe and fell. When she tried to resist Tomoe, swinging a knife right in front of her nose. In the process, the flashlights that Tyra and Tomoe had were broken by a struggle, and the switch room which lost its only lights. They were struggling in the deep darkness. Several minutes continued during this fierce encounter, but at some point the struggle suddenly ended. I don't know why Tomoe became quiet, but Tyra, who was in danger of her life, decided to leave the switch room because she wanted to get out of the situation. Ja, warum ist sie wohl ruhig geworden? Weil sie Messer in ihrem Bauch stecken hatte. The first thing that Tyra found out when she got out of the dark switch room in a bright spot was the intense color of blood. Tyra only saw the blood on her body. Of course, it wasn't her own blood, and instinctively realized that she had stabbed Tomoe in the middle of the struggle without even knowing herself. Taira, who was shocked in fear and horror in her head, went to the bathroom. She thought about washing the blood quickly from her. But looking at Taira like this, the culprit perhaps found out what she had done. It is not clear whether or not they saw Taira in person, but the killer must have found Tomoe within the short time after Taira left the power room. If someone other than the culprit in this case discovered Tomoe, they might have saved Tomoe by calling Inoue, but the culprit in this case didn't have that thought in mind at all. In any case, the culprit who noticed the situation in the switch room must have found Tomoe in a dying state because of Taira. Tomoe tried to target Taira, but she was forced to act as she did not die immediately. The reason for this can be found in the dying message she wrote. Tomoe, realizing that she was going to die, wrote in the flow of her own blood to let us know the identity of the killer, who stabbed her. Not mate, in other words, refer to the ultimate mate student, Taira. The thought that passed by the killer's mind so far was not thinking of telling everyone to save Tomoe. The thought of killing Tomoe was that she couldn't breathe, just so they would blame the wrong person. For them, the killer committed a terrible act that was hard to think of as a human being. In order to give a certain final blow, he first pulled out a knife, stuck in Tomoe's stomach. He was already cruel enough to do this, however. They aimed the knife again at Tomoe, just to put it back on her neck. In the process, blood spurted like a fountain, but the killer was wearing a piece of cloth about the size that could cover them, preventing the blood from splattering them. In contrast to Taira, who stabbed Tomoe in an accident and unintentionally, you can see that it was an extremely premeditated crime. That's how Tomoe lost her strength to live. Tomoe thought about killing, of course, and even tried to kill Taira. Still, did she have to die so badly? Either way, the culprit who succeeded in killing Tomoe through a fatal wound now was starting a backup operation. First, the killer installed a fuse drawing a line around the walls of the switch room. I don't know where Tomoe originally intended to use it, but they used the tools Tomoe had. In the end, since Tomoe prepared the tools, the killer themselves couldn't be suspected of this act. In actuality, we had a pretty hard time figuring out who bought the tools because of this. The fuse was installed mainly on the glass window, as to not burn equipment as much as possible, and then lit it with a lighter. The lighter was originally bought by Tomoe, and the reason the glass was made to break automatically was because when the temperature inside the switch room became hot after a certain period of time, you see the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. Ich hab keinen Bock mehr, Alter. While the criminal themselves was with the others, if they heard the cracking sound, as long as they made them think, someone inside the switch room broke the glass, the killer had a perfect alibi. Ich passe auch gar nicht auf, ne? Ich lese es einfach nur, das merkt man glaube ich auch in meiner Betonung. This was the unusual structure of the switch room, and the glass window was cleared. It was possible because of the characteristics of the room, but this trick wasn't that... Das Wort nicht mitgelesen. No one noticed that fire when the fire was being made. It was a futile trick, so the killer put the plan into action than anyone else. Hey Leute, kommt mal! After completing the installation of the fuse, the criminal reported the fact of the fire with a loud voice as if they were the fire discoverer. Some of the people who heard the sound came to the front of the switch room as the culprit intended. Natürlich die drei. Those who heard the killer's voice at the time were Kinjo, Mekawa and Uehara. Those three people. At this point, three people who had not yet known that a murder had occurred decided to extinguish the fire first without even dreaming that they were the killer. 3. No, even the killer came with a fire extinguisher. from the hallway and started to extinguish the flames. But then, to us, the killer, to anyone, something unimaginable happened. Tomari, who must have had her throat pierced with a kitchen knife, was still alive. It's strange enough to say that it's a contradiction when you think about it in general, but Tomari, the victim, was holding on to the thread-like lifeline. And Tomari used all of her last strength. She corrected the dying message that was made with a large X next to it. In other words, was telling us this, not the mate. I would like the killer's name instead, but just an X with a throat slapped was already an incredible feat to do. After correcting the dying message, Tomari's life was gone, bleeding because her heart was beating until the amount of blood increased more than that of an ordinary person. Thanks to that, we could prove Tomari was still alive. Of course, it would have been fatal for the killer, yes. Originally, only looking at the words mate, put Tyra in doubt. She could have done it, but because the X was left remaining for no reason, the elaborate plan was doomed to fail. Tomari, even though she tried to kill and she couldn't be forgiven, she acted. At the end of the day, she was trying to tell us the correct answer with all of her strength. And the situation goes back to the power room. When the fire was put off and the setup was almost completely staged, suddenly hearing the sound of glass breaking inside the switch room. This was done in the best conditions intended by the killer. Thanks to this, everyone thought someone inside the switch room broke the glass. Everything was the way the killer wanted. The killer who was on the scene at that time, I would imagine they had a smile of satisfaction. The three of them, except Yuehara, who went to watch the entrance to check the sound, went inside the switch room. In there, they saw Tomari's body. At that point, the body discovery announcement rang. The others who heard the body discovery announcement arrived one by one. Everyone gathered in the power room. Perhaps Tyra, who was in the position of the third party at this time, was most surprised because Tyra did not know the existence of the criminal. She thought she was the culprit, and yet a fire incident happened Tyra herself didn't know about. When we received the Monokuma file and started investigating, the killer started the last act. First, the killer puts the third flashlight they used on the floor. The flashlight was also in a state of charcoal, because it was caught in the fire. The reason why it's because they threw something that catches our eyes on the floor, in order to create a certain situation. The killer installed a sharp wire on the way to the flashlight, and she talked as if she had found the flashlight and voluntarily walked to pick it up. Yes, even though she knows they have a sharp wire installed. Here, the killer deliberately gets caught in a wire trap and cut their own leg. It was also precisely aimed at cutting the back tendon. I didn't even think at the time that the killer was going to cripple their own leg, although it was the culprit's intention to make us think so. One mistake of the killer here is that the rear tendon was cut despite walking forward. I didn't even think about it because the person who saw an injured one at the time wouldn't think that. Must have been the culprit's idea, whose purpose was to get out of here. The culprit even gave up one leg on himself and showed a look of being a victim in all this. Thanks to it, we almost got hooked, and thinking, would you cut your own leg? While staring at us, the killer would have been laughing inside. In this case, there were 3 people, including the killer, Tomari and Tyra. But also most of the suspicions... Oh god, Hilfe, sorry, Schluck auf. Went to Tyra, so the identity of the killer was ambitious. However, as a result of matching Tyra's honest statements with various situations, we were able to uncover the identity of the killer. The criminal who tried to hide their identity by throwing away their leg. The perpetrator who committed such a terrible thing to Tomari. The identity of the culprit who was smiling with a smile of deceit while watching our actions behind the scenes. Der Blick. It's no one else other than you, Ayame Atano. Gott, ey, war das anstrengend zu lesen, Junge. Sorry, das hat mich gerade richtig gefickt, Alter. How about it, Atano? If you have anything to object to, please do. No, wait a minute! Something is wrong. It's not like that. Really, it's not it. It's all decided. Shouldn't we see the end now? No, it's not over. It can't be over. But even if everything is correct and there's evidence, I can't convince myself. Hatano is the killer who murdered Tomoe that way. Darn it, Hatano. Damn it. Ihr Blick. It's all over then. No, no! Ayame-san, please! Please tell them they're wrong! No, no! Ich hab's schon gesagt, aber das ist leider nicht in der Aufnahme drin. Ich kann kein Geschrei lesen. Ich nehme das nachts um 0:50 Uhr auf gerade. Es ist 0:50 Uhr, Leute. Und ich glaube, das Spiel speichert nicht mal nach dem Trial, also nach dem Chapter. Wenn das so ist, muss ich das Trial morgen nochmal, also die zweite Hälfte nochmal durchhämmern. Ist ja kein Problem. Oder ich lasse die Anwendung einfach an. Wenn ich den Laptop nicht neu starte, ist eigentlich kein Problem. Warte, 118 Medaillen? Oh, wir können Skills kaufen. Und Hatano wird ja jetzt executed, das heißt, wir können ihren Skill kaufen. Und Fun Fact: ihr Skill ist, glaube ich, dass wir schneller laufen können. Das heißt, ich muss gar nicht mehr F drücken. Oh, what? Are you done? Oh, what the hell? You guys took so long that I was asleep at the middle of it. Nope, I never slept, Mr. Monokuma. Did you sleep? Oh, no doubt. Okay, well, anyways, you guys seem to have come to your own conclusions, so it's okay to go into voting time soon. Now then, you guys, vote with the switch in front of your hands. As I said last time, we do not accept invalid votes, so press carefully. As a result of the voting, who will become the blackened? And the answer will be the correct answer, or the wrong one. Now what will happen? Okay, eigentlich sagt er ja immer so, will it be the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? My dog stepped on a bee. What does it see? Classfight ist vorbei. Geil. That's amazing, you're correct. Kizuna Tomoe was terribly killed like that by the ruthless blackened, which was Ayame Hatano. That's the answer. The answer? Did we do it? Did you get the culprit? Why is that the correct answer? I'm not happy to guess this. Damn it! Oh, by the way, the vote wasn't anonymous. Miss Tyra, no matter how much you wanted voting on yourself, you won't want a suicide, okay? Who would believe what you're saying? I can't admit. I won't admit. It's a big deal, so do be careful next time. Anyway, whatever you say, there's only one truth. But I said it, right? I don't lie when it comes to class trials. Is this real? Is Hatano really the killer? Of course he is. I guarantee this. You guys said the answer you came up with at the end, right? Denying this is nothing more than escape from reality. It's a lie, right? Ayame-san? Only the judge was talking. Everyone couldn't even breathe. Because the result of the trial was so terrible. Miss Tyra played the role of accomplice, so the case was extremely extreme, but it was also because the incident happened late at night. Why? I ask why? Why did such a girl like you kill her? You watch your mouth, Kawashikawa-kun. This can't be true. How is Ayame-san a killer? You want to believe that, but... Stop it, Akane. Eh? Any more than this, and it's only making it worse. I can't hide it anymore. What are you talking about, Ayame-san? You can't hide it? Oh, if you say it like that, it makes it look like a culprit, you know? I'm sorry. You're sorry. Why are you apologizing? Why? Why? Tomoe was killed. By me. What? Yeah, well, you don't have to make another announcement, because Monokuma already confirmed it. Why did you? Did you have to kill even going as far as breaking your own leg? That's right. If the answer we came up with is correct, doesn't mean that all we said, all your reasoning was correct. We were asking to end the trial early so that we could heal your leg as soon as possible. If you're the killer, it doesn't make sense. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I can't believe this. Yeah, in the end, you were also a murderer. Surprising, but what unexpected doesn't apply to criminals. Because even outside of these walls, there are piles of criminals who are doing heinous things with dismal faces. Why did you do it? Please answer us. Why did you do it? It's obvious. It's because I want to get out of here. Huh? Isn't it obvious? Other than that, there's no other reason to commit a murder. To get out of here and seek my freedom. I wanted to return to my usual daily living. That's where everyone has no choice but to sympathize. But just the choice of murder as means. OMG? What did you just say? You finally got my plan. I thought it was perfect because I could use Akane Taiwa. No, Hatano! What? In the end you were just the same person as Higa? This is what nature is after all. Nobody can judge just by looks. Now I must know. The evil face that committed this murder. Oh, you caught me. This is Hatano's true nature? She just wanted to get out of here and for that reason she killed Tomoe? Really, that's all? Something just doesn't feel right. This kind of sad. You shouldn't judge by appearance. This might be what Hatano really looks like. But what is this deep pain in my... Junge, ich habe so Depressionen bekommen, als ich das Spiel das erste Mal gespielt habe, Alter. Alle werden plötzlich zu Hurensöhnen. I can't see you with my eyes open anymore. It just ended. Ended? You mean the execution? You were that kind of person? Hatano! What the hell did we do this? Damn it! And who did we trust for? Monokuma, get it started. Now wait a second. Can we finish things like this? Can we really send Hatano like this? Maeda, look at her! You may be right, but whatever you say at her won't work. Ha! Execution! Unfortunate for me. It was a waste. Hatano, is that really you? Are you saying you were pretending to be a human being? Ah yes, this is the real me. I thought you guys who were stupid couldn't figure out my tricks, but I guess you weren't so bad after all. What did you say? Hey, please stop, Hatano. If I look at Hatano's appearance any more than this, I go crazy. Hatano, you really don't have regrets? Are you satisfied with your actions? Of course, it's my execution. Come on. If you say regret, I couldn't get out of here. That's all I regret. Lies. What? You're wanting to get out of here. It's a lie. What? You think you know me, don't you? It's not a lie. I did murder because I wanted to get out of here. That's all. If you wanted to leave this place, you wouldn't have cut your own leg. What do you mean? Hatano did murder. That's correct. But there must have been another reason. You like acting as a villain. But your body is trembling. Hatano. Curses. Then the Hatano we just saw, she was just acting? You mean she acted crazy on purpose? So then why did she really kill? Kurokawa, I can't. Hatano. After saying that, Hatano's appearance returned to normal. At that moment, I felt the pain disappearing from my mind and the sense of incongruity just before was gone. My hands are already dirty and it might sound like an excuse, but please let me tell you. This is how I committed my murder. I was running down the second floor corridor at the time of the incident. As you guessed, at the time I saw Akane running somewhere. I was going in such a hurry, I tried to talk, but then I realized that Akane's body was covered in blood. I went into the power room where Akane had come out with no doubt. I found out that something had happened inside the switch room. I took a flashlight in a hurry. To check the... Warte mal, ich mach die Stimme gerade gar nicht, oder? Ich glaube, ich mach die Stimme gerade nicht. Moment. I took a flashlight in a hurry... Nee, das war doch die Stimme. To check the condition inside, and Tomoe was dying. There was a knife stuck in her stomach, as you all said. Why did you kill her there? You could have thought of a way to call the others and let Tomoe live. Because that was not the case. It was not the case? According to the facts I've seen, when I discovered her, Tomoe was almost dead. I knew she wasn't dead because she was breathing hard, but that was it. She was already in the brink of death. That was until she got killed by you. I was worried, anxious and scared. If Tomoe dies, Akane becomes the killer. It was a scary thought. I wanted to throw that thought away. What? At that time, I really wanted to think about it. That kind and good-natured Akane. Why would she stab Tomoe? I learned that it was an accident though before the trial. But at the time, she had no idea. In my head, it just went like this because I only thought about Akane becoming the black end of this case. I couldn't leave her alone. I couldn't leave my friend alone while knowing everything. Throwing everything away for the sake of survival. Wait a minute then, the reason you committed murder was... Ayame-san! Because of me? To release me from becoming the blackened? Alter, wie hart habe ich das gerade ausgesprochen? Blackened? I just couldn't stay put and watch Akane being executed for pretending I didn't see it. He also wanted to call in Noe to heal Tomoe. But if Tomoe's breathing goes out while I go to get Inoue, then Akane would have been executed without fail due to my mistaken judgment. I couldn't allow that to happen. Oh mein Gott, sie weint. You... Ah Gott, falsche Stimme. You, from the very beginning, you were thinking of dying instead of Taiwa? And that including the cut on her tendon. All of that was to protect Taira? Ich lese das Weinen nicht, sorry, aber es ist fucking 1 Uhr nachts, Alter. This is the truth. I just couldn't say I didn't know about my friend's crime. I said dreadedly, born from friendship. For a while, no one could speak. Inside the courtroom, only Taira's wailing was the only voice ringing through our ears. Was that really the only reason? Yeah. It is a commendable act to lay down one's life for others. It's not possible without some courage. In that aspect, you deserve to be recognized. But if those were the only intentions to do that, it would not have been necessary to go to a trial like this, right? Even if you reveal the facts to everyone and accept the executions, your intentions do not change. But at the time of the trial, your appearance became as if you looked desperate. Hey Mikao, if you say anything more to Atano, I won't let it stand, even if you're a woman. I'm not scared of you, idiot. And shut up. I'm talking with Ayame Atano right now. Right now, genau. No, it's okay. Calm down, Kawashikawa. Sure, Mekaru. There was something else. What else was there? I didn't tell you this as it would sound like an excuse. As I said the first time. As Mekaru pointed out, doing this for Akane may have been just a pretext. I tell you everything. It can't be said there was no darkness in my heart. Somewhere in my mind. It was like, it's okay because it was for Akane. But there was also the desire to get out from this place. It must have existed in my mind at one point. It did? But even with your leg like this... This was a meaning of apology to you guys if I succeed in escaping. And even if my leg is paralyzed, everything is already too late. What are you saying? Motive. The first motive we got when Maki was murdered. The outside world I saw there was a terrible world that couldn't even run properly. Huh? How is that possible? So in the end, the initial motive was the driving force too. Other than me, my coworkers and rivals, I can't even walk anymore. If that's the case, what's the use of getting out of here with my legs fine? What? How did that happen? Atano, what happened? I thought that video was just a manipulation. And I thought Atano would be the first to run non-stop and never be fooled. I know, but I wanted to check if it was real. Until I saw it with my own eyes, I was nervous. And every day, it drove me like crazy. This wasn't recent. From the time Maki died, I've been running around in my head. I had nightmares every night and I was always confused when I was with her. All that can be said of me is the fact that something has gone blank. I wanted to see it. With my own eyes. No one objected to Atano. The feeling Atano felt was exactly the same as me. Because I still remember my family. And when I was alone, I couldn't stay still because of anxiety. After all, every breath was about the motive again and again. We were vigilant about that new motive called the secret note, but the motive that I was given the first time, no matter how many new motives came out, it did not disappear. The intense image was clearly stuck in our minds. I understand the feeling, but you were weird. I don't feel a strong will like Mitsuhiro Higa, the desire to go outside. Was it a conflict? Conflict? Will you lose us for the chance to live outside? Do you accept death for your dear friend Taira? You were in conflict, weren't you, Atano? It wasn't as big as that, but by the time Maeda pointed me as the culprit, I had already given up on escaping, after everything was revealed. But the reason I got ugly and struggled until the end was because of Akane. I was relieved to learn that it was only an accident that Akane stabbed Tomoe during the trial, because I knew Akane was the way I knew her. Even though after I was driven as the culprit, Akane tried to deny my crime more severely than me, the culprit, to prevent me from being executed. I am the one that betrayed you all and committed murder. I'm a little happy inside. Like I wanted Akane not to die. She has the same mind too. More than that, how disappointed Akane would be if I admitted the crime. Not to mention, Maeda and Kindle couldn't be beaten. Why are you smiling? Huh? Oh, you're angry, Akane. I knew you would be disappointed, but I'm sorry. Why? You did it because of someone like me? How can you laugh like that? How can I laugh? Akane, you're asking something very strange. Thanks to me, Akane is able to survive safely. Is there anything more simple than this? Hatano. Oh, damn it. In the end, I'm just an idiot who, after waking in between dreams and bonds, have done things that shouldn't be done. Still, I'm satisfied. I could have saved at least Akane. I feel somewhat relieved. Although my dream ends here. You guys, don't make the same mistake like me. Go after the best dreams you believe in. I chose to protect my friend rather than my dream. Now I'll say goodbye to this world. But at least I have no regrets. Don't say goodbye or end it like that. If you make it sound so ominous, that really happens. It happens even if you don't say that. Monokuma. Well, I understand Hatano's situation, but it's taking too long. Look, if this is a game, you have to think about the person who plays it. Shut up, Monokuma! Ich schreie nicht. Ich kann nicht schreien. Es ist 1 Uhr nachts. I don't know what Miss Hatano thought and what circumstances caused the murder. The important thing is the result. In the end, the fact that you killed Miss Tomoe doesn't change one bit. Murder means that order has been broken. For a blackened who has broken it, an appropriate punishment is necessary. Yes, I am to be punished. You take the sin and pay the penalty for it. Oh, confident attitude. I don't like that. It's different from Higa-kun. But for Miss Hatano and Miss Taira, it's whatever. In the end, the cause was that you wanted to go out, right? Hey. Why, Hatano-san, a little while ago, said it with her own mouth. She was conflicted because she wanted to go out. Shut up. You were the one who created this whole situation itself. What are you even saying? What am I saying? Are you that stupid? If you forget the outside world, this wouldn't happen. You just need to live comfortably here. So if you want to get out, you have to go through a murder case. You should know this already. Stop spouting your nonsense and go ahead. Disgusting bear. Fine, I won't meddle with you guys anymore. It's also because midnight already passed, so let's start. The heart-racing punishment time. I have prepared a very special punishment for Ayame Atano, the ultimate sprinter, who is the blackened of this case. Everyone, remember to get along. No, wait a minute! Ayame-san, please wait! Oh, there are so many things that I haven't told you. Ayame-san! Let's go, all out! Ayame-san, because of me, because of a fool like me, I stabbed someone by accident, and I didn't do any cleanup. I also just bothered you. I made the scene. Don't go. I'm going to die. All I need to do is die. Monokuma, wait. Wait. It's punishment time! Akane. I want you to be alive. Live. Wait! Wait! Aber er wartet nicht. Gibt mir sehr harte Taka-Vibes irgendwie. Und auch, auf Teil 2 bezogen, sehr harte Fuyuhiko und Peko-Vibes. Execution, die zweite. Ich bin still während der Execution, weil ich glaube, die Execution ist lauter als ich. Die Execution in diesem Spiel sind so goofy, ich finde das so süß irgendwie. Yo. Menschen mit Epilepsie mögen das nicht. Komm. Oh yeah. Hab ich gerade noch gesagt, ich bin still. Ultimate Sprinter, Dismantling Sports Day. Oh yeah. Clump, clump, clump again. Komm Alter, wir haben Peak Vorsprung. Ich dachte, das hätte sich aufgegangen oder so. Okay, die Execution ist, um ehrlich zu sein, viel schlimmer, als ich sie in Erinnerung hatte. Holy shit. Auch die Sounds, Alter. Yahoo! This thrilling feeling of endorphins rising. It's fantastic profit. Ich habe mich schon. No! It's too much flesh, blood, Hatano. Oh no, I don't think I can hold it anymore. Hatano was executed. So much cruelty, so mercilessly. I found myself closing my mouth to endure the vomit that reached my throat. For her colleagues and for her best friend, Hatano willingly gave up her life. How many people can do this in the world? That was the kind of person she was. Goodbye, Hatano. Evil, ugly, it's not a dream. How long do I have to continue this nightmare? That's up to you guys, it's a nightmare. If you guys forgot about the outside world, forgot only the outside world and live in harmony here. You're happy and you don't know what to do? You mentioned this in the first file as well. Forget the outside world? You keep emphasizing the words. You keep emphasizing the words. What is the purpose? What's the reason you want from keeping us inside? If I tell you that, it's a major spoiler. It might transform into a wave of protest. Shut up, you bastard! Why do you do this to us? Why? Tell us the reason! Wouldn't be desperate to kill each other without knowing that. Let's ask something different. The cost of entering the execution of this school is nothing but ordinary and absolutely impossible. What the hell are you? Where does this organization come from? There are a lot of things you are curious about, huh? Good! Then would you like a special service? Everything that you see in the school, from the beginning was all here. I just modified it a tiny bit. I tried so hard to make you guys feel amazing despair, but you guys ignored my warnings. Truly sad. You're so noisy. What is despair? It's so fun to play with a person's life? Huh? You think I'm just doing this simply to enjoy it? Well, it's true at some point, although I'm actually enjoying it. You guys don't know how important is all of this. No clue at all. Oh Gott, mein Ohr juckt, Hilfe. Oh, mich nervt, dass ich gleich noch cutten muss, Alter. Da geht nicht mehr lange hier. Cutten, nicht kacken. What are you talking about? Nothing you need to know. If you're curious, do your own research and find out. After all, it's written in the school rules. investigation is always free to do. Well, this is it. After enjoying a brilliant execution, I woke up because I am feeling so worked up. If I don't sleep, it's dangerous because I might sleep all day tomorrow. Of course, everyone did a good job. It seems to be a good to spare finale, so at this point, the class trial is over. Good night! Goodbye, Monokuma. After Monokuma disappeared, only Taiwa's sobbing sound came from the trial grounds. I felt like I would go crazy too. It's an indescribable evil feeling of despair beyond reason. It felt like my body was being crushed by a tremendous pressure. But I cannot give up here. I have to move forward for the sake of our dead friends. Even though I thought in my head, my body wouldn't move nor follow. Can we really get out of here? The second trial is over. 4 people have lost their lives. Who will be next? Is it me? Ayame-san! Ich lese das Weinen nicht, sorry. Ich kann das nicht, Alter. Es ist zu spät, ich würde richtig laut werden. Taiwa, calm down. Everyone is sad. It's all because of me. Kisuna-chan died because of me. Ayame-chan also died because of me. That's right, isn't it? All because of me. All because of me. It's all because of me! Implementing for yourself. I know all too well that it wasn't because of Taiwa, but I just couldn't tell her anything. It's hard. It's hard to put yourself up, but taking care of others should be a real sainthood. All we can do for Taiwa is to let her cry freely, without interruption. To be able to complain such difficult feeling with tears. Could have been me instead. It's ugly and noisy. What? Yeah, it's all because of you. I know you well enough. If you feel guilty like that, why did Willen commit suicide already? Hey, what did you say, Kindlo? Say it again! It's better to get behind a bitch blackened like you. Blackened? Kindlo, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly saying all this stuff? I hate this the most. In my true sense, I'm blackened is subtly convicted of innocence to avoid the law. Blackened? You mean Taiwa? Is there anyone else who fits? Stop! This is bullshit! How many times has been revealed that the stabbing Taiwa did to Tomoe was an accident? Is that really what you say? To someone who just lost a friend after their death? An accident? Of course it was. Kizuna Tomoe started it all. However, who made the final blows, no matter the pretext, must be punished. The two were punished and killed, right? Akane Taiwa, who was at the heart of the case, more than them is alive and clean from this. Have you forgotten? Even if this woman had killed Tomoe in an accident, in a class trial, Akane Taiwa made a false statement to hide her crimes. What would have happened if we were caught in that lie? Isn't it terrible to imagine? Directly or indirectly, Akane Taiwa almost put us all at risk. But she couldn't help it, could she? Taiwa knew she was guilty and she knew she would be executed if she told the truth. Then she shouldn't have done it in the first place! No matter how much of an accident it was. You think it makes sense to go and wash the blood to destroy evidence and as you stab Tomoe, a girl who is willing to say that they are innocent? Isn't it normal to at least support Tomoe and give her first aid or call Inoue as soon as possible? They do have a point. Please think of Taiwa. The accident may have happened and the rescue might have not occurred because she was in a state of panic. No, I'm confident of this. If Akane Taiwa was really the blackened, it's certain for a fact that she would try to trick us with selfish thoughts. Stop talking! Kindle, you bastard! I'm not going to tolerate this anymore. Oi, calm down, Copperboxer. Get your fists down, manly boy. Ich fand das schon immer so geil, wie sie ihn Copperboxer genannt hat. You guys need to look at things objectively. What she did, it's wrong in every sense. There's still a lot to talk about, but I don't think it's the right time when everyone is on edge and confused as it is now. It's late today, so go to bed. I'll talk with you all tomorrow morning. Alter, der Typ rastet ja jetzt richtig aus, Alter. Hey, wait, dude! If you want to talk to me, then stop! Hey, you bastard! Junge, ich schwöre euch, als ich das Spiel das erste Mal gespielt habe, es hat mich so sauer gemacht. Es hat mich so sauer gemacht, wie er Akane behandelt hat. Weil das hat sie echt nicht verdient. Auf keinen Fall hat sie das verdient. Es hat mich so sauer gemacht. Es macht mich immer noch sauer. Ich wirklich, in der Situation, ich wäre 1:1 er. Ich kann ihn am meisten relaten in der Situation. Are you just gonna leave just like that? Hey! Why is Kindle doing this? It's like Kindle is creating a separation between us. Ah, Junge, vor allem, ich krieg dem seinen Akzent richtig gut hin inzwischen. Hilfe, ich hab's aus Versehen weggedrückt. Ich krieg dem... Nee. Junge, ich krieg dem seinen Akzent inzwischen vor allem auch richtig gut hin. Ich frag mich, wie ich das am Anfang gemacht habe. So what do we do now? Is Taiwa going to recover? Losing a loved one is a very difficult feeling. Ah, that's right. Taiwa, are you okay? She doesn't look okay at all. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Mein Gott, die Arme, guckt sie euch an. Taiwa, it's all good now. Let's all rest for today. I don't feel good after a class trial. It's already late, near dawn. Go sleep. Let's do as Kurokawa said less. Honestly, I can't afford to think right now. We listen to Kindle tomorrow. Today we are going to sleep. Okay, I feel like the more we do this, the more harder we have to work. Everyone have a good night, sleep well. Selbst sein Akzent wird ja immer schlimmer, Alter. Je mehr ich den lese, umso schlimmer mache ich den Akzent. Der war safe am Anfang des Parts noch nicht so. Being in such a situation is unusual in itself. But the current situation was much more than the first one. Aber ich hatte ja auch Spaß daran, Teruya zu lesen, weil der so einen Akzent... Nee, nicht Teruya, das ist Teruya, den ich gerade meine. Nee, ich meine Teru zu lesen, weil der auch einen Akzent hatte. Being in such a situation is unusual in itself. But the current situation was much more than the first one. Kindle, who should lead? Everyone seems to be getting twisted more and more. The friends start to lose their lives one by one. What can I do at times like these? Play around with everyone and relax while learning about them? Follow my own dreams? Right now I think it's impossible for anything to happen. I have no more power to think anymore. Let's sleep for today. Das war Chapter 2. Obwohl, es kommt noch was. I returned to my room. And I left the current room and returned to my dormitory. I greeted some of my friends. Tried to chat a little. But everyone seemed to have no energy. Yeah, no shit. That's no wonder. It only passed 3 or 4 hours before returning to my room, but within those 3 or 4 hours, we lost very precious things. It feels like it's been years, and then the stiff dorm bed that couldn't be comfortable is now feeling better than anything else. Tired. Desperate situation, in which we taste the despair of the death of our friends, and do not know whether we will be able to stand up again. What kind of despair awaits us from tomorrow? Now, I don't even think there's hope anywhere. Now I only have passed the second class trial, but this is not the end. The despair, it's warning us was approaching, involving us deeper and deeper. Hey, hello! I don't know if you're comfortable. Don't you feel comfortable? Oh, it would be weird if you were tied up in public like this, but if you're comfortable, no way! If it is comfortable, you are true meso, but you are not, right? Oh well, I came to bring the meal again today. Your appearance is still there, so take good care of your health until then. By the way, who could have thought you would be led like this? I'm really sorry for being like this and having to lock you up. In fact, it would have been nice if I let everyone stay with you too. Your body is one that cannot age, isn't it? Still naughty, huh? I like it. It will be alright when your turn comes. By that time, how many people will survive? Huh? What? Ah, I getcha. It's because that woman you love is still alive. There's nothing to worry about. I'll go there then. Because if I'm not watching, I don't know what those guys will try to pull up, so... See you next time. Ui, ein kleiner Cliffhanger also. Ich kann euch sagen, das hängt mit dem Plot was zusammen, der mir damals gespoilert wurde. 2 weitere Leute sind tot. Frage, wenn ich jetzt drücke, gebe ich dann die Möglichkeit zu speichern? Yes! 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 Ich kann speichern! Oh mein Gott, ich kann speichern. Oh mein Gott, let's fucking go. Oh, thank God, wir sind beim nächsten Mal wieder. Tschüsseldorf.